Class 1B has officially survived their first semester at Star Heights Academy. With your midterms and final classes out of the way, you wake up on a brisk Saturday morning. Class is out, and winter break is about to begin. For those of you not staying on campus, you're set to leave within the next day or so. For the students that will be living on campus over break for one reason or another, you've learned when meals are served and how campuses will be run in the meantime, like the hours of faculty and whatnot. Today, however, you've learned that the students from your class have decided to host a little party. Nothing crazy, just a fun get-together so everyone can hang out before parting ways. Nelson, seemingly involved with setting it up, would invite you all to come to the dorm's lounge area to hang out around lunchtime. They've got drinks and snacks ready for everyone. Some of you may meet up before arriving at the party, but eventually you all arrive to a room full of your classmates. The others have already broken off into small groups to chat, munching on chips and pizza that was set out alongside various sodas and juices. A radio is also playing some popular songs nearby at a low volume. And yeah, here you guys are. Now, who do you think... Who wants to come down first? We'll just do brief little intros of who would have run into who or whatnot. Let's see Echo first. Echo, you think you'd run into anybody on the way down here?
Probably not, but if Echo were to come into the room, he'd be wearing a really poorly made, like, Santa hat, kind of like out of red scraps. It's not all red, I should say. It's kind of got a little bit of other colors in there, with, like, a kind of white pom-pom on the end, and he has, like, a little sack, on his back, as he, like, enters the room and goes, "Hey!"
You get a few waves, and Evan looking over you, just kind of chuckling, like, "Hey, how's it going?"
Good. Just wanted to say hi. Got some stuff for everyone. I'll wait till everyone's here though. He kind of looks around and spies that not everyone is around. He kind of moves over to Nelson to talk to him about his little idea.
And next down the stairs, Alex. You come into the room, you start seeing everybody, and after you, eventually, Lily, Jay, Terry, you all end up making your way into the room. Again, whether or not you guys bump into each other on the way or not, and yeah, eventually you all make your way into the party room.
Jay walks in and finds the closest wall to hug for a second, and just leans up against it.
Yeah, let's real quick.
Yeah,
show
thank
our
you.
New art for Jay.
There you go, everybody.
I love it.
He's always had Heelys, I thought.
Always
that is
had
true.
the wheels at the bottom. Yeah.
Also, Jay, you can see that there are actually a few groups of people that are doing kind of the same thing that you're doing. You see that Lawrence is off on his own. Danny and Robert don't seem to be actively chatting like everyone else. They're both also kind of chilling out by a far wall in the room, and over in another corner you can see where Gabe, got himself set up, and Olivia is over there talking to him.
Yeah, and can I roll for rumors?
Yep, you go ahead and roll for rumors.
Thank you. That's a mundane roll, right?
Yes it is. It's been a little bit. Oh dear!
Oh god. They're gonna call you a
Well, so yeah, Jay, you come in and you're kind of hanging out by one of the far walls. And yeah, you're kind of keeping your ear to the ground. You're listening to what some classmates are saying, and you've also been kind of keeping an ear out ever since your test. And yeah, when you come in, you get a few side glances. Everybody is talking about you and seemingly worried about you. But given the extremely different vibe that Jay gives as opposed to Joe, it seems like people are kind of cautious of how to approach you. It's not like people think you're gonna suddenly be dangerous or anything like that. It's just nobody really knows how to handle you at the moment.
And at that, scanning the room, it's gonna walk over to his buddy Lawrence.
Okay.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, coming through.
All right, and then yeah, Alex, where are you going since you had moved off to the side real quick?
Yeah, I'm joining this group over here, and I'm gonna be just absolutely delighted to see Echo in his Santa outfit.
Okay. Yeah, we'll pick up here first as Echo. You kind of made your way over here. You were talking to Aiden and Nelson about your plan a little bit, and yeah, then Alex comes into the circle, and Nelson gives you a little salute into a wave and says, "Hello there, Alex.
Hi, Nelson.
Do you require a drink or any pizza by chance?"
I think I'm good for now, but thank you, Nelson.
He gives you a nod.
I was just so excited to see that we have our very own Santa Claus here.
Yeah, I've been actually researching a bit about Christmas. It's a lot of. I'm actually really excited. I got gifts actually for everybody.
Gifts?
Yeah. It's my first one, so I thought I'd go a little bit, I just have a little bit of fun with it. And he kind of like adjusts the bag on his back.
Nelson smiles and claps you on the back and says, "Well, it's good of you to be getting into the festive spirit."
Yeah, because how far is it away?
It's about a month away from now.
Better to be earlier than never, eh?
True that. And, oh, go on.
Sorry. Echo kind of looks around and he notices, where's Priscilla?
Yeah, Priscilla is not in here.
He kind of frowns at that. Have you seen Priscilla around, or did she just take off?
I am not quite sure. She has not arrived at the party yet, and, well, she never responded to my invitation, so she may very well be off of campus already.
Well, that reminds me, Echo pulls out his tablet and he taps away a quick message to Eugene, wishing him a very Merry Christmas, and as well as a very nice break, hopefully.
Okay. You send that off, obviously. You don't get an immediate reply.
Yeah, probably not.
And, yeah, then at this point, we can have Lily and Terry enter the room and figure out where they're gonna go.
Did you say Olivia is talking to Gabe?
Yeah.
What the hell? Does Terry know where he wants to go?
Yep. Terry would just kind of meander and look around. Oh, Lawrence. You kind of wander over towards Lawrence.
Okay, and we'll catch up with them in a sec, and again, just to figure out, what Lily's seeing and feeling when she comes in, and then we'll cut between some scenes.
I think Lily would come down, see Olivia talking to Gabe, be like, I don't really want to go over there and talk to Gabe. But also, she looks awkwardly to Triff. She'll go over to Olivia, I guess.
I'll also move this group up a little bit, just to give some more room. Okay. So yeah, as, Jay, you move over to Lawrence, and are you very talkative when you get over here to Lawrence?
Not unless he says something.
Okay. Yeah, then you kind of come over here, and he gives you a side glance, and then just kind of keeps looking at the room, but seems a little awkward, and then Terry, you come over here, and he just kind of sighs and says, "Oh, thank God. Hey, Terry, what's going on?"
Nothing much. Just hopping in. See everyone dispersed.
Oh, yeah, it seems like people are chatting it up, or, whatever. He kind of gives a side eye to you again, Jay. What?
Yes. Well, everyone's gotta get the little festive spirit out before, work begins, I assume. Well, for some. I have no idea if everyone's gonna be productive, and, it's a little off-season.
He kind of just shrugs. Gives a side glance to you again, Jay, and just goes, hey, what? Why are you over here?
What do you mean?
I don't know, I just figured you'd be, talking to people, or...
I mean, is the wall taken?
I guess not.
I just thought since we did that trial together,
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, by the way, you look, like, different. Did something happen? Well, because I heard some weird stuff, but, like, I kind of figured it was just, you know, you being you, and I guess you look different again. Are you still Joe, or?
No. I go by Jay now.
Oh, okay. I like the jacket.
Thanks. Thought it'd be good for the winter.
Yeah. He just kind of looks over to you, Terry, like seemingly like he has no idea what to say.
Jackets are
Sorry.
good for the winter. I have one too. You should get one. Actually, Lawrence, is your scarf good for the winter? I never asked.
I guess so. I mean,
Where'd you get the scarf?
oh, I kind of made it, I guess.
You knit?
No, kinda, I guess.
I'm sorry, I just imagine Lawrence having the exact face that his token has.
Yeah, he's just.
whenever I was like, you knit, and he's just like, oh.
Also, roll to pierce the mask real quick, the two of you.
Oh my god, something I'm terrible at.
I'm
That's mundane, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Alright.
Okay. Terry, you just kind of figure this is, you know, this is just how Lawrence usually is. He's just kind of a little off kilter. Jay, you can tell that Lawrence is thrown off by the fact that people have come over to talk to him. Like, it didn't seem like it surprised him that Terry came over, which maybe not, like, I'll reword it. When Terry came over, it was like a pleasant surprise, but it didn't, like, throw him off. But it definitely seems like when you came over here, it's not like he doesn't want you to be here, it's just more like he didn't expect you to come over, so now he has no idea what to do.
Sorry. And Jay recognizes this, so
Mhm.
I'm like thinking. Jay kind of like looks at Lawrence for a second, and I'm looking at my only lesson here. I don't know what to do actually. I'm like, I think Jay's gonna kind of like look up for a second from the situation and kind of notice Maya standing there and talking to like Evan and Triff,
Mm-hmm.
and like just kind of give her the casual sub nod.
She kind of gives you a side eye and gives you the same nod back. And
Maya, have you met Lawrence? Terry, have you talked to them before? Kind of like joining the groups for a second.
Tiffany looks over and just says, "Oh my, hello, I'm so sorry, I did not see you there, my back was to you." And to your question, Jay, Maya just says, "Yeah, I've met Lawrence." And Lawrence just kind of looks away, like, oh god. Yeah, the group kind of opens up and merges a bit, and Terry, under his breath to you, you can hear Lawrence be like, "God, I was kind of worried people would be talking about me, and thought with everybody talking about Jay, it wouldn't be a problem. But now Jay is bringing people over here."
Lawrence, you just kind of like just leaning closer. I think it was inevitable.
God.
Might as well get it over with.
He just kind of stays back, not wanting to be in the circle that's forming around him, like with his arms all
Also,
crossed.
Can I roll for rumors? That's
Yeah,
Monday,
go
right?
ahead.
Nice. Fail, 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 fail. Yes.
Oh man. Yeah, so as Tiffany comes over to you and Lawrence, Terry, Tiffany starts talking to you two about the ideas that you have set. And obviously, you know, she mentions again, she's going to be going home over break, so she's not going to be around, but once she comes back, she's excited to work with you guys. And rumors of this little plan of yours have kind of started to float around school and even within the class, and seems like everybody is very concerned about just what you guys could make together after seeing how all of your powers work. Everyone is viewing you three as an extremely dangerous combination.
What do you mean? It's gonna be totally safe.
Totally safe, yeah.
Terry's insulted. Not. Nice.
And as this group forms, we'll cut over to Lily. Or, you know, while all that is going on, we cut over to Lily, who makes her way into the room, and yeah, you end up being able to make your way over to the corner where Olivia is kind of chatting at Gabe, but you notice that he's kind of responding every so often quietly.
Do I hear anything about what they're talking about as I come up?
As you're sort of coming over, it seems like Olivia sort of starts mentioning something and jumps like she's surprised at the sound of footsteps, and she turns around and then instantly gets, like, less on edge and just says, "Oh, hey Lily, what's up?"
Hey, Olivia. I mean, it's the party, that's what's up.
"Oh, I just meant, like, you know, if things were good. Hey, and she just kind of, like, steps back and forth a bit, kind of feeling a bit awkward, and then, you know, Gabe just kind of looks at you and gives you a nod before she says, I was asking Gabe about his powers. You know, he sounded, like, familiar and all."
Okay.
And, you know, Gabe just kind of, like, looks between you two and, you know...
Yeah, when he gave the nod, Lily, like, narrowed her eyes and slowly gave one back. Like, alright.
Yeah, it definitely gives the vibe of, like, Gabe was intending to be alone, and now that Olivia's here, he's just kind of, like, letting it happen and playing along. But yeah, you're interested maybe to see that it seems like Olivia's very interested in trying to get more out of him, but it doesn't seem to be working too much given how quiet he is.
I mean, if you guys want to chat, I can go find somewhere else to stand. I don't mean to interrupt the conversation.
No, I'm very happy you came over. I was wondering when you'd get here. I guess maybe it's a little weird that I got here so early.
I mean, yeah, you could have told me. I would have came down with you.
Sorry, I didn't really think of it, but yeah, now that you're here, I was wanting to ask, when is it that we're leaving for your place?
I mean, I'm leaving, in a few days or whatever, whenever I'm supposed to be leaving.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can just come with me. I mean, I figure you just come when I do.
Okay, I didn't know if I needed to get my stuff packed like today or how much time
just,
we had.
You know, get it packed, in a few days or whatever.
Okay, is there anything specific you think I'll need, like a sleeping bag or like...
we have like a guest room. Like there is going to be like a space for you to sleep somewhere.
Oh, good. I didn't know if we wanted to like do like a slumber party thing where we have like.
Oh sure.
I
mean that'd be fun.
It could maybe be fun. I still have that one sleeping bag. I got too worried and laid just on a blanket because I thought I might destroy it, but I kind of want to use it since I bought it, so I it could be fun. Gabe just kind of watches you two talk and kind of has his eyes trained on Olivia a bit, and you can kind of tell that his usual quiet stoicism is now vaguely uncomfortable just from Olivia's, like, discomfort. Like, he is a little surprised at just how uncomfortable she is, even around, like, a really close friend, or at least how uncomfortable she feels. This is just sort of the way she is.
I mean, yeah, if you want to, we can have a slumber party. You don't have to sleep in the guest room, I guess.
Okay, and I mean, like, whatever's fine, but, I wanted to, maybe give that movie another chance, since I didn't get much from it last time.
For sure. I have the director's cut in my house.
Yeah, I thought maybe that would be fun. Anyway, I'm so sorry, Gabe. and she kind of looks over, and he just kind of shakes his head and is like, it's fine. It wasn't that important. No, I just, I'm still really curious about the whole thing with your powers. It just, it kind of, I kind of get it, is all. And he just sort of gives a little quiet nod and looks down. I'll go grab some soda real quick.
Yeah, okay, sure.
She just kind of
Yeah.
wobbles off, feeling like she made things awkward by saying that to him. It seems like she'll be back soon, but no, you're just
Yeah,
sort of
good fix to the awkwardness, Olivia. You're working with Gabe. So, I mean, you don't hold a grudge, right? Like, you don't care. We're like still indifferent on each other.
He kind of raises a brow at that, and then just kind of, you see him crack the smallest smile before putting it away, and just says, "No, I'm fine.
Okay.
You were good out there."
Oh yeah, I mean, of course I was. You did choke slam me through 5 walls, so I think it goes without saying that you, of course, did fine.
I guess.
Not good enough, but,
Once again, he kind of cracks the smallest smile at that before putting it away. And he kind of looks over at the other group where, Echo and Alex are talking to the 4 of them. And he just says, "I'm surprised he didn't weigh you down."
Oh, what, Echo?
Yeah.
I mean, he's like, his powers are fine. It's just that, like, he's kind of an annoying guy.
I guess so.
When you tell him what to do, he does it pretty good.
He seemed like someone that would be bad at following directions.
No, he seemed pretty subservient once they just, like, yelled at him.
Maybe that's fitting. He kind of gives a little glance over to Echo again, just in response to that, and just looks back out over the party. And he's just kind of chilling and seems surprisingly open to talking, but otherwise he's just sort of hanging out. And then eventually Olivia comes back holding 2 cups of soda, which she said she was going to get soda. But when she comes back with 2 cups, she just kind of looks at you both and says, do you guys want any soda?
Does Gabe take one?
Gabe looks at her, and you see the tiniest furrow in his brow as he just sort of extends a hand and takes a soda.
Nah, I'm okay, girl.
Okay. And then she sets it on a table that's nearby. And, everybody gets to a little bit of small talking, and eventually, some of you that are closer to one of the back staircases in the room hear some soft clacking from the distance, and eventually Priscilla walks down, and it seems like she's on her way towards the front door to leave. I also, Echo, you end up catching her off of the, out of the corner of your eye, and you see Nelson just sort of like look in her direction and kind of give you a little bit of a nudge since you had mentioned her.
Echo looks over and waves at her. "Hey, glad you could make it."
She looks over and just sort of chuckles and says, "Yeah," and just waves and then continues towards the front door. And yeah, she just is gonna go to leave unless you stop her.
Hey, Priscilla, I got gifts for everyone if you want to stick around.
She stops and turns around and lowers her sunglasses a little bit. She's like, "Gifts? What?"
Yeah, it's my first Christmas, so I thought I'd, play the role of Santa. Who,
What?
What?
Who, isn't that what he says?
No, it's ho ho ho!
Oh.
Also, no one pronounces the T.
in what?
It's just Christmas.
Oh.
You're like
Echo-
hard pronouncing the T.
Echo suddenly gets really red in the face and just kind of like rubs his cheek. Oh.
And Priscilla's like, well, I mean, do you have a present for me? Because if not, I kind of have somewhere to be.
Oh, no, I do, but I'm gonna hand him out here in a little bit if you want to just mingle for like a couple more minutes.
She's like, I don't know, and Robert just calls out like, just stay for like 5 minutes. You're not that busy. She just looks over at him with a furrowed brow and then just goes to stand by the front door.
Yo. So, Alex, what are you gonna do for your break? What are you gonna get up to?
Just gonna go back and stay with my mom for the break.
Echo has no idea how to respond to that, apparently.
Oh no, no, sorry. Really? So you're just gonna spend time with family, really?
Yeah. Nothing too crazy.
Oh, that's nice. What about you,
What
Nelson?
about you?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna stick around campus and work on some projects, and just kind of hang out.
Okay. Well, you should call on Christmas so I can tell you Merry Christmas for real.
Oh, Echo kind of smiles and I like, thank you. I actually really like that.
Nelson says, I'll make sure to wish you all a Merry Christmas as well.
Nelson, I want a video message of you singing Merry Christmas to all of us.
Oh, absolutely. That's actually a great idea. He pulls out a little pad his student pad to jot that down. And then he puts it away, and since you had asked, he says, meanwhile, my plans for break are to return to Ward. I'm going to try to get in some more practice, and, well, honestly, there are probably going to be some operations I need to be on this break, but I'm going to try to enjoy my free time when I can.
Do you get extra credit for that?
Why would I get extra credit? It's not with the school.
No, but you're still doing hero work.
I suppose that's a good point, but it's, I suppose, kind of a different matter.
I guess. What about you, idiot?
Aiden.
It sure doesn't like you called him an idiot.
Sorry, that was me not thinking. I was reading something, sorry.
He says, oh, I'm gonna be on campus too. I don't really have many places to go. I was actually asking Nelson about some advice for studying and stuff. I want to try to improve my scores because they're really bad, and I don't really know what I can do to sort of improve them.
Nelson actually, I think, mentioned this to me, but the expert in everything was once a beginner. You just got to keep at it.
Oh, okay. Nelson smiles and grips your shoulder like, that's a boy, and yeah, Aiden just kind of slumps a little bit, looks like he's melting onto the ground a bit. He's like, I was just hoping to improve this semester, and it's kind of hard to feel like I've really learned anything. I mean, like I have, but I don't know.
No, you have a lot more semesters to go.
I guess so. And Nelson goes to, pat him on the back as well, just splashing and not batting an eye when he does it. And just says, well, this party is a perfect opportunity to pick everyone's brains and see just how they're doing what they're doing. So perhaps that would be a good strategy. I guess, maybe. And you guys kind of note that Aiden looks over in Jay's direction, in the group of, in like a big crowd of people, and, he just kind of stays with you guys and stays quiet.
I try to pick up on that and see what he's like,
Yeah, roll to pierce the mask real quick.
Outstanding. Mundane. Boppity boop.
Well, you
Nope.
notice that he does it, but because of the crowd of people, it may even be hard for you to tell that he's looking over at Jay. It just kind of seems like he's looking at a big crowd of people, so that might be interpreted completely differently.
Are we marking potential this session? I assume not.
That's a good question. Yes, you can mark potential this session.
I never even got my last my last progression.
That's okay.
advancement.
That can be dealt with after this session.
Okay.
You can just jot those down and start marking the various potentials that you guys fill.
Also, Ethan, I want to say I realized really quickly the reason I was distracted was because in the list of students you gave me, Priscilla wasn't on it, so I had to make a gift very quickly for her. But I got it figured, don't worry. But Echo smiles. You know what? It'll be fine. You'll do good. You still have so many. We have so many semesters still to go, so we'll be fine.
I hope so. And it will actually cut over to the big group where Jay is in the meanwhile. And yeah, you guys are all just having your small talk. Again, Triffany is chatting up Lawrence and Terry, and you know, Lawrence is giving a bit of response back. I imagine that Triffany and Terry are kind of guiding that conversation, and meanwhile the other half of the group, Maya and Evan, are open to talking with Jay, but of course we've yet to see how that'll go.
Yeah, Jay is actually going to ask Maya, like, have that brief moment again where it's like, do the snakes remember me? I look different. Do they still think I'm cool? Because the snakes vibed with me.
It seems like the snakes are sort of cautious of you, but still approach you. Meanwhile, you know, Maya, as usual, kind of keeping people at an arm's length.
Yeah. So, I didn't expect to see you here. Jay's talking to Maya.
Ah, I see. I misinterpreted what you said for a sec.
No, yeah, you're good.
She kind of shrugs and takes a sip of soda and just says, I don't know. I mean, it's rare we all get to be together like this, I guess.
Yeah, guess that's true. Kind of like looks out over the room for a second.
And Evan goes to, you know, put an arm around her and kind of rustle the snakes in her hair, all of which, like, kind of hiss at him, but it doesn't seem like they're gonna do anything. And he's just like, oh, it's great to have you here, though, Maya. I mean, seriously, I wanted to pick your brain about how your powers were going during the test. She just kind of slumps a little bit at that, and he instantly is like, you know, you can tell he's like, oh, wait, was that not a good thing? And just kind of backs off a little bit.
Would I pick up on that? Like, Maya kind of, I don't know, like...
Yeah, it seems like she's a little apprehensive at the mention of her powers there.
Jay, I'm attempting to clear, angry. Okay?
Okay, what are you gonna do to try to clear angry?
I'm trying to hurt someone's feelings. I'm trying to hurt Evan's feelings.
Okay, go for it.
I'm gonna, like, at seeing that, I'm gonna, like, step forward a little bit and just be like, hey, don't mess with the snakes, man. Don't mess with her snakes. Just leave Maya alone.
Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, Maya. I mean, I didn't mean to, like mess with them.
If she doesn't want to talk about it, you know, she doesn't have to talk about it. You don't gotta put her on the spot like that.
Yeah, sorry. Wasn't my intention, really. And Maya just kind of, like, looks
Jay's
between
talking
the two
kind of
you.
loud, too, by the way. Like, and my intent to hurt is more, like, embarrass.
Mhm.
I know, I feel so bad for Evan. That's why I chuckled
I
a
love
little
his
bit.
role as
I
his
felt-
bottom dog.
I know he is. He don't mean no harm.
The most bullied jock in history.
I know.
He takes so many L's. He never wins.
Terry would chime into Lawrence. Lawrence, look, a distraction.
Lawrence is just kind of sighs like, oh, thank God. I'm not the one being fucking ridiculed this time. And Evan just kind of puts his hands up like, no, yeah, I am sorry. I really didn't, you know, mean to, you know, make you feel bad or anything, Maya. Like, it seems like he's continually trying to, you know, take the criticisms that you're giving and then, you know, be like, oh, hey, yeah, I didn't consider that. Sorry, Maya. And then when you come at him again, it makes him even more uncomfortable than he was before and less able to do so. And yeah, it seems like he's, like, almost on the verge of leaving if you push one more time.
I don't think he would, like, continue pushing since he's, like, putting his hands up.
Mhm.
Yeah, how about you just leave? No, I'm sorry. I don't think he would, like, be like, get out of here, because Jay's not really, like, on that vibe right now. He's just kind of, like, super defensive.
Yeah, maybe just more like, yeah, maybe how about you think next time?
He like raised his voice at him like out of nowhere, you know?
Mhm.
Like it wasn't just him being like, hey, stop. It was him being like, yo, stop talking like that, like immediately, like a snap, basically.
Yeah, and when you kind of end it with like the sort of vibe of like, yeah, well, maybe you should think about that next time. He just kind of
Yeah.
droops a bit and is like, yeah, I will. Sorry again, Maya. And he kind of like turns and is like, I'm gonna grab some pizza. And he goes to grab some pizza and make his way to a different group in the room.
Poor Evan.
Jay's gonna turn to Maya and be like, sorry about him.
Maya looks at you and she just says, I don't need you to defend me like that.
Oh,
Ooh.
I was just trying to be nice. Sorry.
Yeah, well, and she kind of like, you can see her snakes are looking around the room, and when you look, you see more eyes are on her now, and she says, yeah, well, I didn't really appreciate more eyes being drawn to me, so maybe you should think next time.
Jay's like taken aback by that, and now he's the one that's like drooping. basically. Oh. Right. He just like leans up against the wall again,
Mhm.
kind of like crossing his arms.
It seems like Maya still kind of hangs out nearby, but you know, isn't starting up much conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Terry, yeah, what are you thinking in this conversation and after that happened and all?
Oh, he's just sitting there like, wow, that was something. Well, takes a sip of his drink. Just to let you two know, yeah, he's talking to Lawrence
Mhm.
and Triff. I'm thinking of like making a small little group for the further pursuit of science. That's not the, workshop people, because they kind of weird me out. But we can talk about the nitty gritty later.
Like a chemistry thing or
Yes.
yeah, I mean, it has been kind of fun bringing a bunch of stuff together and being able to mess around in the lab. I just kind of looks at Triffany. Didn't expect that she'd be one of the people invited. And Triffany goes forward and just kind of puts arms around both of you and just says, "Oh, we will make a wonderful team, and we will make many wonderful things." And Lawrence just kind of like, yeah, okay.
Yep. I just figure if I work in an official capacity, it'd be a lot more efficient.
Yes. I believe we will get plenty of the work done. Yes.
Indeed.
Lawrence, meanwhile, is like kind of blushing even just after Triffany getting close to him, and is just like, fucking whatever, man. I don't know.
Yep.
Oh.
But that can happen later. Right now, I'm just gonna chill out. Maybe have a nap later. Try and beat my nappy bird score.
I don't know. I mean, I guess other than if we end up doing anything over break, I'll probably just be holed up in my room or something.
Don't worry. We'll have lots of work to do. You won't be bored. I don't think so, at least.
He kind of shrugs and is like, I guess it'll at least be nice that there'll be less people around. It'll be quiet. It's not gonna be constant people arguing with each other. Kind of chuckles a bit to himself and then drops his chuckle and is like, hey, I'm gonna go grab some soda or something. And he just kind of walks away.
Grab me one too.
Fine. Kind of waves his hand. And while Lawrence walks over to get some stuff, Evan makes his way over to Alex and Echo's group and just kind of rubs his arm while he has a plate with some pizza on it and is like, "Hey guys, how's it going?"
Hey, you okay?
I mean, like, yeah, I'm fine, but I don't know. I mean, I was already like a little nervous because I mean, things went fine with Joe, but I did not expect that. So, yeah, I mean, like, I'm doing fine, but damn, it was not what I was wanting today.
it's all good. Just we can still have a little bit of the party left. I got these gifts to give out. Just try to enjoy the rest of the time. Don't let it bug you.
Thanks. Hey, by the way, so yeah, you got everybody gifts?
I did, and he kind of like rustles the bag a bit. Is like you hear like clinking and the sound of like something shuffling in it.
Oh, I mean, I was just surprised. I kind of wish I thought to get people gifts. But, I mean, you might want to start handing them out soon. From what I hear, some people are wanting to leave early. And I don't just mean Priscilla. I mean, she's kind of always like that.
Echo kind of looks over to Priscilla. Is she like tapping her foot, like looking at a watch, give like an old school like click watch, like you pull out of your like vest or whatever and click it open?
Yeah, it seems like she's just sort of like on her phone, like, you know, not just to check the time, but just because she's like, you know, she's just sort of hanging around for a minute.
All right, sure. I'll give people a couple more, so then I'll start handing it out. But I can start with you guys if you want.
Oh, sweet. Nathan's like, oh, I want a gift.
All right. Echo goes to dig in his bag and he pulls out these. He's like looking through names, and he's like, oh, nope, this one is for you. And he hands one to Nelson, and then he hands one out to the other two, and he kind of smiles. You will find notes in the bag of each of like what this item does, and hopefully you enjoy it, as well as a little like, you know, note from me just wishing you a very Merry Christmas. And he looks back to Lily. Christmas, right?
It's just, you know, you can just like Google a word and then click a button and it tells you how it's pronounced.
Really?
Yep. It's very easy.
Oh, okay.
Evan just sort of pats you on the shoulder and says, hey, thanks for my Christmas gift, buddy. Kind of just chuckles.
Like, you're welcome. All right, so are they gonna open the gifts? I got my list right.
Yeah, everybody starts opening their gifts. Alex,
All right.
open yours.
Alex, you would find a singular rock, or well, two rocks in there. However, one rock is significantly larger than the other, and the other one is kind of like flying around it as if orbiting it in like its own sort of like gravity well.
Ah, I see. I love it.
Echo kind of smiles at that. Nelson would have a rock. He wouldn't understand what it does right away. But on the note, it says that the rock will duplicate itself every month.
Nelson looks at it and says, oh, wonder if that will become a problem.
Nah, it should be fine. It's only once every month. How bad could that be?
Do
The duplicates also duplicate, or is it just the original creating a new one each month?
when Alex asks this, Nelson puts a hand on his head, just like, you know, the classic question that he's been asked before, and is like, oh, I'm having to think about it again.
I don't know. The person who sold me this didn't tell me, but we'll deal with it when we get to there. And then as the other two open their rocks, Aiden would get a rock that it would say, at first he'd be kind of confused because it looks like a normal rock, but as he holds it, he would notice it doesn't get wet at all.
And Aiden,
very peculiar.
Aiden, you know, has kind of a smile in his eyes, and he starts it's like a smooth rock, and he's sort of like, you know, letting it flow up his arm and back down. He's like, oh, this is really neat. And it stays dry. That's kind of cool. Thanks for the rock, Echo.
You're welcome. I'm glad you like it. And then for Evan, he'd get a rock, which wouldn't show anything right away. Maybe it would have a couple of like little fibers on a hair of hair, like not actual like human hair. That'd be weird. Just like kind of like a mossy, mossy sort of hair. And he's like, that hair will grow constantly. You gotta kind of like. Someone compared it to something called a chia pet. I don't know what that is, but you just kind of gotta, you know, you can give it hairstyles if you want.
Oh shit. Oh, that's super cool. Thanks, dude.
You're welcome. I thought you might enjoy it.
He just kind of looks down and is like, I don't know what kind of hairstyle I'm gonna give it, but I'll try to make it look badass. He kind of just chuckles when he says that, considering he is talking about a rock with hair on it.
Really just smiles. All right, I'm gonna go make my rounds.
All right, bud. And Evan,
Enjoy.
Give you some room.
You gotta equitably walk over here quickly. All right. So he pulls out 3 more pouches and hands one to Lily, Gabe, and oh god, why am I drawing a blank on her name?
I can't believe you.
I am so tired. I've had such a day. Olivia.
That's my special little champion.
I know. He hands one to Olivia as well. Out of character, I'm just really bad with names. But I assume they'd all open theirs, and I'll start with Lily's because it's kind of funny. Lily, as you open this bag, like this little pouch that clearly has weight, and opens it, you find nothing in there, but something does fall out of your hand and lands on your hand. Like it falls out of the bag and lands on your hand. And it feels like a rock. It's just invisible.
Okay. What is it?
It's a rock. And Echo like looks at the note he left. It only is visible when you're not looking at it.
No, it's okay.
As Olivia opens hers, she'd find a very pretty kind of like almost like a very smooth rock that has some pretty colors in it. It's actually very like, you know, nice on the eyes and very pretty. And Echo would point to it. That rock will never corrode.
Really?
Yeah.
And she kind of looks at it as like, I want to test that, but I'm afraid that I'll ruin it.
Try it. No, try it. Trust me.
Are you sure? I don't
Positive.
Trust.
Lily leans into Echo, like as Olivia's looking at the rock or trying to take her glove off or something. Is just gonna whisper, "If she destroys the rock and you make her feel bad, I'm gonna kill you."
And yes.
Olivia, you should try it just to make sure it'll be fine. Trust me.
And Olivia, as you guys look over at her suit, which seems to have been subtly improved throughout the semester, you see that panels on her glove like kind of recede and open, just leaving an open palm, and she very tentatively touches the rock, and then she places it on the palm of her hand and she holds it, and yeah, nothing weird starts happening to it, and she just sort of starts moving her thumb over it as if it's like a sort of stress stone. I forget what they're called, but you know, like a little stress rock that you just sort of feel when you're stressed. And she just looks at it for a second, and then you can hear her crying.
I go like, he's like, hey, oh geez, oh do you not like it or?
No, it's very nice, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm glad. And he kind of looks at he looks at Lily like, did I do good?
Lily isn't looking at you, but her eyes are narrowed, like she's slightly annoyed and is now deep in thought, because in her head she's like, fuck, I have to think of some gift for Olivia. I need to top the fucking rock now. Thanks a lot.
And Gabe holds his and just says, do you want me to open mine too?
Yes, if you want.
He just kind of sighs and goes to open it.
Inside, he'd find another rock. This one, of course, not like looking at like any of the others. It just looks like a normal rock. And Echo goes, "Okay, now I want you to crush it."
He raises a brow and is just like, "You are okay." And then he'll put the rock in his hand, and his hand will vibrate very subtly, and he will just crush it with ease.
And as he crushes it, and like the pieces fall to the ground, Echo kind of raises a finger and goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then all of a sudden the rock would slowly start to like piece itself back together.
Huh. He picks it back up and just goes to look it over. Weird rock. Cool.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Just kind of like if you're like, you know, stressed and need to break something that preferably isn't a wall and me getting thrown through it.
He kind of looks at it for a second, and you know, he grips it a bit for a second, and you think maybe he's about to break it again, but he just sort of holds it and just looks at you and says, "Thanks for the rock."
You're welcome. Can I go get a read on him?
Yeah, go ahead. Roll to pierce the mask again.
Okay, thank you. He's actually for sure for this rock. I'd be surprised.
Yeah, it's hard to get a read on him. You're not really sure what that meant.
Alright. Echo kind of nods. Alright, thank you, and Merry Christmas. He like looks at Lily.
It's just an easy word. How did he learn about it but also never hear it until I told him? That's my question.
Gabe and Olivia both just shrug as he walks off.
I think he's just doing it on purpose.
Echo walks over to Danny and Robert and pulls out their pouches and hands it over to them.
And they'll go and open it and kind of give you little nods and smiles.
So Danny, your rock is interesting because depending on how fast it is moving, it'll change color.
No shit.
Yep.
She kind
Might
of
be
raises it up in the air and starts looking all around it.
So like you maybe even be able to like tell if you're going even faster than you usually do. And Robert, your rock will literally stick to anything.
Will it unstick?
I didn't test that. You should test that.
He just like looks down at it in the bag and closes the bag and says, thanks. I'll test that later. Are you just standing there looking at him?
No, I didn't hear what you said. You cut out. Sorry.
Oh, he just says he'll test it later, but I actually do like the idea that you just look at him for a second. He's like, all right. And then he tentatively goes to grab it, feels that his fingers aren't sticking to it, and then he throws it up at the ceiling and it sticks to it.
Echo looks at it like, are we going to be able to get that done?
Robert looks at you and says, that's why I asked.
Oh, it should be able to, I hope.
I'll try to get it down later, and if I can't, then we just have a fun new decoration, I guess.
Whose classroom is this?
This is not a classroom. This is just the dorm lounge.
Oh, okay. Alright, moving on. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. And Danny gives you a little wave as you go as well.
He walks over to... Oh my god, we just have a rock on the roof now. It reminds me of those like little like rubber things. They're like the little sticky hands that you'd like shoot everywhere.
Yeah.
Anyways, he walks over to Terry and Triff and offers them their pouches.
Triffany takes it and eagerly digs into hers.
Yeah, Terry fully open his.
Terry, as you open yours and look at it, the rock would just start like screaming quietly, like very just quietly screaming.
Oh.
I don't know. I don't know what I was thinking buying this rock, but I thought you'd find it amusing.
Amusing.
Are you okay?
Yeah, in a sense.
What's up?
Nothing.
Echo looks to Triff, who her rock would just, as she shook it, which I'm sure she probably would, it would change color rapidly depending on if she shook it once, twice, 3 times, depending on how many times she shook it.
Oh my goodness, it is such a bright little thing. Oh, it is quite wonderful, Echo, thank you.
You're welcome. I thought you might like it, because lights are just fun sometimes, and he kind of smiles.
She just keeps shaking it and watching it flash bright colors at her in front of her face.
I got just kind of like, ow. All right. Glad you enjoy it.
Triffany looks over to you, Terry, and over the soft screaming just says,
How do you like your rock, Terry?
Well, screaming isn't exactly something I like hearing all that much. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with this.
You put it in that pumpkin you totally don't have.
Yeah. I'll figure out something to do with it.
You're a clever guy. I'm sure you will. And gives him a little look of apology.
you're a clever guy. You'll know how to deal with the screaming rock.
Yeah.
He gave him a curse. He gave him a death threat.
Kind of like his heads over to Maya. And he takes out Maya's pouch and offers it to her.
She tentatively has her snakes take it and start opening it up.
Echo would kind of hold out his hand flatly, his gauntleted hand, and can you put it on my hand for a second, please? Have your snakes spin it on my hand.
Oh, sure. And they do that.
As it's on his hand, it won't stop spinning. Like it just spins forever. Like it doesn't seem like it's gonna lose balance. And he kind of like tosses it up and then he puts it. He catches it flatly on his other hand, and he's like moving his hand. This rock will never stop spinning unless like you grab it.
Huh. That's neat.
Yeah. And he kind of like offers it to her.
She'll take it in both hands and just sort of look at it, and before looking up at you and back down to the rock and just saying, "Thanks."
You're welcome. He gives a little smile and a little two-finger salute off his forehead as he goes over to the final group.
And
And he offered.
while you're going around giving people rocks, we will really quick see what's happening over here as Priscilla is by the front door, and Lawrence is going to grab some stuff, and he sees you, Jay, and just like, so that thing with Evan earlier, woof, am I right? Chloe.
Oh god, she's dead.
Sorry, are you approaching me? I feel like I had
Yeah.
a cutout or something.
Yeah, no, Lawrence is over here just like, hey, that thing with Evan earlier. Woof, am I right?
Oh, my bad. I don't know why I misconstrued that. Oh, yeah. Guess it was embarrassing.
Eh.
He like says that as like a genuine question.
He just kind of shrugs and says, I thought it was funny. Nobody was looking at me, so I don't really care.
Yeah, right.
So, I don't know if this is, like, weird. But, like, when you stopped being, Joey and started being Joe, like, you seemed like you were fine, but, like, you kind of seem like you got a stick up your ass. Like, are you good?
A stick up my... No. I just am... I don't know. Lost?
Well, I just wanted to make sure, I guess. Probably don't need me to ask, but could tell things were different. Just wanted to ask, I guess. So,
No. Thank you for asking.
yeah, no problem.
I just don't know yet. Jay also like is actually looking at Priscilla because they seem like they're somewhat close, like in context.
Mhm,
And Jay just has a lot of like anxiety right now of
mhm. And,
opening up kind of to Lawrence, but having like Priscilla listening, I guess.
Priscilla's, like, far enough away and doesn't seem like she's
Okay.
listening to you guys.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, with you talking to Lawrence, he's like, well, you did good during the test, I guess. I hear you, like, knocked Olivia the fuck out, so, like, hey, we won. That was good. Glad I guess I saved your ass. Made it kind of possible for us to win, so, no big deal. But, yeah, I don't know. Just wanted to make sure, so just gonna...
Jay like is like uncrossing his arms at that, kind of like loosening up a little bit, and is like, yeah, you did. You saved my butt at that. I do kind of feel weird about hitting Olivia, though. He's kind of like looking at them from across the room, but trying to not like catch their eye.
Lawrence kind of shrugs, like, it was a test where we, like, had to hit each other. Not a big deal, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I just didn't have to hit her that hard.
Whatever. I mean, Evan, like, tied me up, so, I don't know. Honestly, I kind of wish you hit Evan, too, but...
He tried to tie me up, too. Yeah, I was also tied up for a second. I lost an arm. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, by the way, thanks for losing that arm. I was able to fight back for a bit because of that. Had a hand for my spell book, so that was pretty neat.
Wait, what? Like, I feel like they would start to kind of go deeper into that a little bit. Like, in this moment, like, the idea of that whole combo.
Yeah, because you're like, wait, what? And then, yeah, Evan...
Yeah, because I
Echo,
wasn't
rather.
there to actually see that.
I bet it's about at this time that Echo, you start making your way over to this area. And again, Priscilla's kind of by the door, near this group, but not, like, with them.
Ready to head out at a moment's notice.
Yeah, she's just kind of, hanging out for a second.
Echo walks over, and he smiles at them. He's like, "Hey, I got your gifts here," and he hands a pouch to Lawrence, and to Jay and Priscilla.
And Priscilla just kind of looks you over, while Lawrence, Lawrence kind of grabs it and looks at you with his squinty eyes before like digging into it really quick, and Priscilla just kind of takes it with a dainty hand and is like, "Yeah, thanks."
You're welcome. And then as Lawrence digs into his, he'd find just a rock. And Echo would be like, "Yeah, so I don't remember what yours does. I picked it out for a reason. I forget that reason. It's not dangerous, but if you do find out, let me know."
What? Is it not just a rock?
No, it's more than a rock.
But okay, but wait, but you don't know what it does.
No, I don't. But it's not harmful. I know that.
He kind of looks around the room and sees a few people looking at their rocks. He's like, you didn't get like everybody the same rock?
No. I didn't get everyone the same rock. No. They'll have unique properties to them. Unfortunately, I forget yours.
Yeah, you only forgot
Echo's
what
lying.
what my rock does.
Echo's lying through his teeth.
Okay, alright, thanks for the rock, I guess. And kind of just puts it back in the bag and seems disappointed and is like, "I'm gonna go back to Terry and see what his rock does, see if I can't figure it out, I guess."
Alright, let me know what yours does when you figure it out.
He kind of looks back at you and is like, "What the fuck?" And just goes back over to this group.
Jay looks equally confused, but is kind of opening up their little bag.
As Jay would open up his bag, he'd find a rock that seems like a rock at first, but like as you play with it in your hands, you'd find that it has like the consistency of like silly putty.
Mm-hmm.
Their bag, by the way.
Their bag, sorry.
What is it?
It's kind of a rock. It's kind of funny. You can like bend and mold it as you want, and then it'll like eventually snap back to its old shape.
Kind of like me.
Yeah, I guess. And it kind of rubs the back of his head with a smile.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Merry Christmas.
Jay's going to hug Echo.
Oh! Echo seems kind of like confused by that at first, but like gently just kind of leans into it and
Priscilla rolls her eyes like, ugh.
that's the back. You got smiles. Thanks for the hug.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. And he looks to Priscilla, who has the final bag. Did she open it, or is she gonna save it for later?
Are you looking at her expectantly?
A little bit.
She kind of rolls her eyes again. Is like, "Okay, all right." And she goes to open the bag as if she's doing it to appease you.
So as she opens the bag and pulls out this, it looks like a rock at first, but every time she blinks, it looks like a different mundane object before eventually rotating back to a rock. So like it would look like a pen, like a cactus, and a pot.
Does it work that way for everyone, or does it just look like a rock for everyone else?
It looks like it changes for every time someone blinks, but it's only for that person. So like Priscilla would blink, it would look like a pen. Echo would blink, it would look like a cactus. That it kind of looked different for everyone else.
It's very chaotic. I love that.
Yes.
Where the fuck do you find this shit? And she drops it back in the bag and just closes the bag so she doesn't have to like blink and get mind fucked anymore.
Do you not like it?
It's sweet. I'll find some place to put it.
When you think about it, it has like a million different uses.
It's still just a rock. I mean, if it's a pencil, can it write? And also,
I don't know,
I would have to not
How
blink.
How long can you open your eyes for?
See this? I'll find somewhere to put it. So just it'll be a really neat paperweight. Thank you, Echo.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'm glad. As long as it's nothing, lighter than that can't hold paper. He kind of smiles and nods the two. I hope you guys have a very good break.
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. And he kind of winks to Priscilla.
She's like,
he goes to rejoin the group over here.
And yeah, as you walk off, Priscilla just sort of is holding the bag and is like, and kind of mutters under her breath to herself, like, "Well, I'm gonna have to find somewhere to throw this away." She checks her phone again, and Jay, you can tell she kind of seems like she's standing up and getting ready to leave.
Heading out already?
Oh, yeah. You know, I got places to be, things to do. Can't really stick around here forever.
What are your plans for break?
Have a bunch of shows and stuff. Gotta fly out to, gotta fly out to a few different places in Europe. But it'll be fun. I get to see some new places, so that's always neat. I mean, what are you doing? Are you staying around campus, or...?
They look out at the party for a second and look at Priscilla and they're like, no, I'm gonna go camping with my dad.
Oh, that's neat. You're going on like a little road trip thing?
Yeah.
That's always fun. You definitely shouldn't keep yourself holed up here of all places.
Yeah, I thought I'd take my mind off the place for sure.
By the way, I don't want to be too forward, but are things... She kind of wiggles her fingers. Okay? Things different?
To answer the second question, they're definitely different. I'm still figuring out the first question, though.
I guess that's fine.
What about you? Are you okay? Doing a lot of shows, it seems like a lot of work. Don't you get to be, I don't know, like a kid?
Why do I need to be a kid when I'm a star? I'm doing
Yeah,
fine. I'm having fun. I'm doing what I need to be doing. Not a big deal. Better than being here, like I said.
Yeah, I guess it's just, maybe it's a robot thing. All gets overwhelming.
Sounds very human to me. But I'm better than that. Not to say that you're bad or anything. It's very normal. It's just, I'm above it all, I guess.
How?
Hmm?
Jay looks serious. He's kind of peering into trying to. If Priscilla's wearing those shades, or whatever, he's trying to peer beyond them a little bit. And it's like, how do you stay above it?
She kind of is. She's kind of taken aback a little bit when you ask her that, and she just kind of sighs and says, "When you're in a position like I'm in, and well, if people here aren't, gonna go back on their words of what they're trying to do, if people here are actually trying to be heroes, you kind of have to learn to be above it all. I mean, everyone's constantly gonna be watching you, analyzing everything that you do. So, I mean, how I do it, I just kind of make it happen. Don't give a shit, about what anyone thinks, You just have to be above it all. Doesn't matter what they think, because they're not you."
And I would like to add a lesson.
Okay.
I want to add, never give a shit about what anyone thinks about you.
A good lesson. Yeah, and in this moment, you may feel an odd sense of maturity from Priscilla, given how she usually acts and carries herself.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, Jay just basically very humbly just is thank you. Have a great winter break.
She gives you a little smile and just says, "You too, Jay." And she'll turn and head out the door. And yeah, at this point, everybody is kind of chatting in their little groups, and a bit more time passes. And quite suddenly, you all get a little ding on your student handbooks. And, when some of the students around the room start checking their notifications, not everybody really does, Evan calls out to everybody and just says, "Oh, hey, guys, leaderboard just updated." And when you guys check the leaderboard, it turns out that yes, it has indeed updated. And with the updated leaderboard, you see this. So yeah, there are a lot of big changes here, and yeah, let's talk about it a little bit. So, notably, at the top of the leaderboard, Nelson has climbed to the top of the class. And at this, Nelson, he got a fist pumps in the air, goes, "Yes! Yes!" And he just, he goes down
Oh,
to a
no.
knee with a fist in the air. And some other students around the class, knowing that Nelson cares a lot about this, are just like, "Yeah, all right, hey, good job, Nelson, yeah!"
Echo claps to Nelson. Echo like
Gives
claps.
Nelson-
Like, yay.
And you see
Alex
Nelson
gives Nelson a high five, a very enthusiastic high five.
Nelson gives Alex an enthusiastic high five and then clones himself and chest bumps himself. And he's like, "Yeah!" And in second place, Alex, you have climbed to near the top of the class as well. Which, of course, you remember throughout the semester, every so often the thought would creep into your mind of, if you hadn't gotten that one demerit at the start of the year, who knows how high you could have been, and now you've climbed up here. And right below Alex, Lily has climbed from near the bottom of the class to right near the top, in the top 3. How's Lily reacting?
Lily excitedly checked the leaderboard because she figured she would have rose. But when she sees she's top 3, she like fumbles with the pad about to like drop it. It like whips over to Olivia, grabs her shoulder. Top fucking 3!
And Olivia hops up and down a bit and it just goes, "Oh, good job, Lily. I knew you would do it."
I knew I could do it too! And look at you! You beat Aiden! I told you you'd beat Aiden!
Olivia looks, is like, "Oh, I'm not at the bottom anymore."
You're not at the bottom anymore! And I'm top 3!
Olivia goes to very tentatively grab your hands and just start jumping up and down a little bit. She's like, "I'm not at the bottom anymore." And
Lily
also, good job.
reciprocates, she's hyped.
And of course, after the top 3, we have got Danny, who is still right near the top of the class, but has been bumped down to 4th. Echo is surprisingly in the exact same position as before at 5th. And Terry, you've climbed all the way from near the bottom of the class to up here to 6th place. What is Terry thinking about the new placements?
Oh, 6 is a good number.
And we get down the rankings, and eventually we get to the middle of the class, where Gabe has fallen down to, he's still in the top half, but he's at the bottom of the top half, interestingly, which, Gabe looks at, notes just with a little nod, and puts it away. Seems like he doesn't have much of a reaction. And Joe, you note that you are right near the top of the bottom half of the class, or at least, well, Jay, you noticed that Joe was at the top of the bottom half. How do you feel about this? Because your feelings are definitely going to be a little complicated.
Jay looks at it, kind of looks at the different scores from each midterm and stuff like that, and then kind of does almost the same thing as Gabe, kind of a silent nod to it.
Just yeah, what is Jay thinking about the placement? I guess not just in the fact that Jay's obviously going to have a different level of care than Joe did, but also the fact that you're looking and you're like, "Oh yeah, that was my score, but it's not my score."
Yeah, no, exactly. I feel like it is actually kind of on a feeling of yeah, I wouldn't have done that the way that they did it.
Yeah, this is a good chance for you to start fresh as Jay and find out where Jay belongs in the class, where Joe was kind of hovering around the middle of the class and just got bumped for reasons that Jay remembers. And of course, we continue moving down the class. Other students have jumped up, some have been pushed down just because of how well other students have done. And also, notably towards the bottom, not only is Olivia not at the bottom of the class where Aiden is at, which, of course, Aiden is melting a bit. It's like, "Oh, man," but notably, Priscilla has also fallen from grace, being underneath Lawrence.
So pauses and cups a hand over his ear to see if, because she would have just walked out of the room if you could hear any noise from Priscilla at all of anguish or anger.
No, seems like she just exited. I mean, you're not really even sure if she thought to check it or not.
Oh, Edgar got a size and just got his shrugs.
He wanted to hear her despair.
Exactly.
But yeah, now you guys have been able to check your new scores and your results, and we'll first be at the little group up here in the top right as, you know, Echo, you come back over, you guys have a little bit of small talk, and what are you guys thinking and talking about after the leaderboard's been revealed?
Echo kind of pauses. He's like, I'm just kind of in the same place.
And Evan looks over and is like, oh yeah, I guess you are, but hey, I mean, you know, you're towards the top of the class, so honestly, I mean, not moving's better than moving down. He kind of slumps his shoulders a bit.
Echo kind of pats Evan's back. He's like, hey, there's still plenty of time.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, you beat me at the race, though. Like, those moves were pretty good.
Thanks. Hey, but, I mean, Nelson, Alex, like, sweet job. You guys were doing, like, amazing at your tests, so, hey, props to you guys.
Thank you.
Nelson just, you know, his clone has since disappeared. He puts his glasses back on and he says, hard effort will always eventually pay off, but it is a nice note to go out on for sure. But do not lose hope, Evan. I am sure that you will move up towards the top of the class eventually with enough hard work and effort. And Evan just sort of chuckles. It's like, yeah, I mean, you know, we'll see.
You could join us for our morning routines. We're still training in the mornings. I guess not so much now with break, but like once school picks up again, you could join me and Nelson here for training.
You guys are like fighting every morning?
We change it every so often. It's running and sometimes like stretches and sometimes we fight.
Nelson just kind of chimes in and says, it is a strict workout regimen. I wanted to try to help Echo with some of his physical abilities and attributes, and well, it's a part of my normal routine, so I figured that I would just rope him into it and see if it fit his schedule, and by golly, it seems to have helped him improve quite a bit.
It has, much to your credit, Nelson. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Oh, not at all. It is all your effort, Echo. Every single day you try is another day that you get better.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, Evan, you're welcome to join us if you want.
Maybe. I do have some general workouts I do as well for, you know, volleyball, and I mean, especially now that I'm trying to get into hero stuff, it kind of had to change what I was doing, but maybe I'll take you guys up on that.
Yeah,
Awesome,
and
we
you
look
can
forward to
always,
Sorry, go
you
ahead.
can train with me anytime.
He kind of smirks a little bit and says, now that I know I'll have to take you up on again. Hey, I mean, maybe we should all work out together, actually.
Yeah. Could be good.
And Nelson looks between you two with a little smile forming on his face, and he clenches his fist and just says, yes, I will continue to help lift my classmates up and push them to be even better. Oh, I'm so proud of all of you. This was a wonderful semester. And he goes to hug as many of you as he can, as clones start forming to hug you guys.
Nelson group hug.
And meanwhile, down at Lily, you get to freak out with Olivia for a second, and, you know, out of earshot, you're able to tell there's a Nelson group hug going on.
Lily would eventually, I mean, she's still hyped, but she would be less like manic, just repeating top 3.
Mm-hmm.
And she would just be in high spirits about it.
And Gabe looks over at you and just simply says, you earned it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you were number 1, so I knew, you know, winning would get me up there. I just didn't expect top 3.
And, yeah, he's like looking at it, and you know, as you guys kind of like look into the breakdown, you're sort of able to see, based on color code, that the you know, the darker red section was your original score, lighter red is how the gauntlet affected your score, and then the gold is how your midterms affected it, and you're sort of able to break it down a little bit and see what you scored well on, what you didn't score as well on. And, you know, it seems like Gabe is, well, not that you guys have really been close to Gabe, but for the first time is kind of actually looking at this stuff. And yeah, over at Terry with your guys' group, Lawrence at, some of the people in the room kind of like, giving their various reactions and just kind of like slinked back a little bit. But just looking at it, he just kind of chuckles like, can't believe I beat Priscilla. Man, that sucks for her. And he just puts his tablet away, and Triffany huffs and just says,
Oh, I was hoping that I would perhaps at least stay in the same place, not go down, but... I suppose I will have to try even harder, yes?
Yeah, something like that. Mostly I just tried smarter and harder. I guess I did both.
oh yeah, by the way,
I'm
you,
sick now.
you were like scary good, but I mean like, hey, good job and all.
Mm-hmm. I could probably go higher. It depends.
And Lawrence kind of looks at you for a second and, just kind of nods a little bit to himself and goes to open up his spell book and start idly flipping through some pages as Triffany is now talking your ear off, Terry, just about what her plans are for break and what she's going to do when she gets home and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And looping back around to Joe, you see everybody around the room is just sort of making small talk. And or Jay rather, how's Jay feeling?
Jay's kind of just like chilling out basically right now. He's probably kind of just eyeballing as everybody's talking to each other for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if they'd like join up with anyone right away here,
Mm-hmm.
as everyone's kind of talking about ranking stuff.
Mm-hmm. It definitely seems like, time is passing with this, and the party is pretty close to being over at this point, for if any of you want to get in any last things during the party.
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you don't have anything?
No, go on. Go on. ahead.
At some point, since you said Triffany is like excitedly talking to Terry, Lily would still, occasionally look over there, and she would ask to Olivia. So did when I came down here, I figured I would, see you and Olivia, or you and Triff talking together. I mean, you guys, has she, talked to you at all? Like, what's going on?
Oh, yeah, we talked for a bit. She wanted to go talk to Terry and Lawrence about that project they're thinking about, and I had some questions for Gabe, so I just sort of ended up over here.
Okay.
Did you want to go check on her? I'm sure that, she...
Oh, no, I mean, it's like, I'm not gonna, like, hound her, I was just, didn't know if you guys talked, because I hadn't, she hasn't come over or anything.
Yeah, we have. I don't want to push, but have you guys talked since the other day?
I mean, how long is this since?
It's been about a day, so you guys haven't, she hasn't
Okay.
really reached out or talked to you.
No, I mean, no, but, like, we're busy. She's probably planning for her trip back to her home plan, and I had to, like, call my parents and everything, make sure
Yeah.
they know you're coming.
Oh, yeah. Again, I hope I'm not a bother on them.
Oh, no, it's fine. Like, it's like I said, my mom is cool with it. My dad is gonna be fine with it. He'll survive.
Well, I guess I was just... Since you asked, I was wondering if you were gonna, reach out to her before she did go. I'm not sure when she's going. Based on what she said, I think it's soon, but I don't
Yeah,
exactly
I figured.
know how soon.
I don't know, I figure she'll, tell us bye whenever she goes.
Yeah, I guess so.
Lily, it doesn't really have any more to say about it. She's just kind of trying to play it cool.
Mm-hmm. And Olivia, now that you mentioned it, it is just sort of like looking over in Triffany's direction. Like now it's kind of on her mind as well. And she's like,
Now that you mentioned it, I might kind of want to go. Just say hi.
I mean, if you want to go, I'll go too. If you want to go.
and she looks over to Gabe and be like,
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't talk your ear off, and I don't want to just like leave you behind. If maybe you want to come with us.
and Gabe just kind of puts his hand up and is like, "You're fine. You can go."
Oh, okay. yeah. Sorry again. Thank you though, for not, thank you. Maybe we can talk again or something.
Lou's like narrowed eyes looking between the two. Can I try to pierce the mask or something?
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. Is it just because of? Hang on, what is that? Is that mundane?
That's mundane.
Mundane.
A hit.
That's a hit.
Is it just because of the powers, or is Olivia crushing on Gabe is Lily's train of thought?
It definitely seems like she genuinely, like, felt like there is some. How do I word this?
Kinship.
Yeah, you can tell that she is really wanting to talk to Gabe because she, felt like she could relate to stuff that he was saying during the test. But both because of how she is and because of the sort of aura that Gabe gives off, she is incredibly uncomfortable about actually trying to talk to him. And, like, it went well enough that she was able to start it just because, it's that sort of rare instance that you saw with her when you guys talked about it, that it's something she really needs to talk about, but she doesn't really know how to continue with it. But on the other end, it doesn't seem like Gabe's against it. It seems like he appreciates it, but that is not getting across to Olivia and makes her feel very awkward about it.
Hey, yo, Gabe.
Yeah.
You know how like the table you sit at lunch keeps getting bigger with people who are like very chatty?
He kind of thinks on that for a second and, raises his brows a bit, just like, yeah, that has been annoying.
Oh, I mean, we got a free seat that is sometimes taken up by Kathleen, but like if you ever want to sit at a significantly lower population table, you're more than free to sit there.
He kind of thinks on it for a second and gives a little nod and says, I might do that then.
All right.
And Olivia, as you say that and then are able to walk off, she sticks with you and gives a wave and just says, how do you talk to him so easy?
I don't know, what the fuck is he gonna do about it?
I guess so.
I mean, he's just a teenage boy who mopes. I've met and talked to thousands of those.
Yeah, I guess. It's just hard to get much out of him.
Plus, I beat him, so...
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm not worried about him beating me up or anything.
No, I mean, that gives me a level of confidence where it's like,
Oh.
I owned his ass. He's my bitch. I can talk to him if I want to.
Oh, that's... Okay.
She's like, okay. I mean, like, I was kind of getting it. Now I'm like, a little less, but sure. I mean, you guys make your way over, and as you do, Lawrence is just like, oh, jeez.
We're not here to talk to you, dude.
Yeah, good. He goes to slink back into the corner next to Terry. And Triffany, looks at his reaction and looks to you guys, and her expression kind of freezes a bit, but she just tilts her head with a little smile.
Oh, hello.
Hey, girl.
Hey, Triffany. Oh, Olivia, I am so sorry. I got, what is the word? I was a thrall to the conversation, yes? It's fine. It's fine. I got to ask Gabe about the stuff, and it went well. Oh, good, sweetie.
And she, kind of grips her hands a little bit with a little sweet smile. And roll to pierce the mask again for me.
Oh, God. Okay.
You can tell that she is, she obviously doesn't have any issue with Olivia, but it seems like she is turning 100% of her attention to Olivia, and you can feel that she is trying to not focus attention on you, not to cut you out of the conversation, but just like, because of awkward.
Lily leans into Olivia a bit, like puts an arm around her shoulders because she is her friend.
Mhm.
It's like, yeah, we're just coming over to talk.
Oh, that is wonderful.
She kind of, had let go of Olivia's hands and clasped her hands back together.
I mean, Olivia, did you have something? You're the one who said we should come over here.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to ask about when is it that you're leaving? Oh, I am heading out tonight to go home. It will be quite the long trip, so we do not want to have me leave too late. Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure we could, talk and say goodbye. I didn't know if we'd have time to do anything before you left.
And Triffany just gives a, sad eyes, sweet little smile, again, focused on Olivia and not really looking at you, Lily. And she just says,
Oh, I am quite sorry about that. I do wish we could do something before I left, but, I can bring you a rock, yes, from my home, hopefully to make up for it. A little, what is it called?
You don't have to do it. The rock thing was like Echo's thing. Christmas is not typically rocks.
Well,
What rock he give you, by the way? He gave me an invisible rock. What am I gonna do with that?
oh, the rock he gave me, it is many pretty flashing colors. Olivia, what rock did he give you? Oh, it's another pretty rock. It's one that doesn't, like, corrode or anything. I don't know where he found something that doesn't break at my touch, but it's very nice. Oh, that is wonderful, Olivia. Well, I suppose I should go about and talk to as many people as I can before the party is over, so I will see you around, yes?
Hey, Trip.
she turns back to you.
I was just gonna ask for, Dart. Are you gonna have like phone service on your, like, I don't know if you have like some royal landline, if we're gonna be able to, because Olivia's gonna be at my house over winter break, so like we could, FaceTime you or something on Christmas.
Oh, no, I will not. Not from my home planet.
Oh, okay. Well, I was just asking. Well, then Merry Christmas.
Excuse me?
I don't know if you guys have a Merry Christmas. I don't know if you guys have an equivalent.
I am not following.
Is
that meant to be an insult?
No, why would I insult you?
She kind of purses her lips a bit and smiles and says,
That is my misunderstanding. I apologize.
That was the thing Echo was running around giving us everybody rocks. It's Christmas. It's a holiday.
Oh, I see.
Sorry, I thought everyone was just talking about it so casually. I just assumed you had heard of it from someone.
Oh, no, he just handed me a pretty rock and I was enthralled by the pretty rock.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, no, because it's a holiday. It's where you give people gifts. And you typically say Merry Christmas, to celebrate it. Is like a greeting. So I was just saying Merry Christmas, since I won't see you on Christmas.
Ah, yes.
And now this situation has been made weirder by the fact that it, has gone on for so long past just the words Merry Christmas.
Well, Merry Christmas, Olivia. I will see you both around, yes?
and she goes to turn and make her way over to Maya again.
Cool, alright.
Was that weird, or am I overlooking? Am I looking too much into it?
I don't know what her problem is.
Should we ask?
Maybe you can. She seems to be incapable of seeing me.
She kind of looks to Triffany and back to you, and she's like,
I think I will. I'm gonna go ask her about that real fast. I'll be back in a bit.
Alright, I'll go stand over here.
Oh. Hello.
Hey, Terry. Hey, Lawrence.
hey, things all good? That was, like, kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't know
like,
what her deal is.
That was like painful, like for me. I'm pretty used to like awkward and standoffish people, considering my past company. But like, yikes.
I don't know. She's overreacting.
Lawrence just kind of shrugs. Oh, hey, I mean, not the end of the world or anything. You got so much time to talk to her, so.
What, you just mean like in life?
Yeah, like whatever. You can.
Did you forget I'm dying?
I think
I-
that
Well, no, but. I'm.
Lawrence,
Yeah.
stop. I'm doing damage control. Just stop. Stop.
Yeah, okay. He kind of tugs his hat over his face and just kind of slumps against the wall, trying to make himself invisible by covering his face.
We can still see you. It's fine. Yeah, we're gonna be working together. Me, Triff, and Lawrence here on something over break.
That's weird. Why?
Oh, because I saw opportunity.
Okay.
Probably gonna make it a club of some sorts. Don't have a name yet. Not very good at naming organizations.
Okay.
What about like the man, no, never mind. That was stupid.
No, I want to hear it now.
I mean,
I'll
like,
take literally anything.
I was thinking like the Little Witches Club, but it sounds stupid.
Little Witches Club?
Little
Are you a witch, Lawrence? I thought you would want to say like warlock or something.
I mean, like whatever. Maybe a little warlock
Chop
club.
on your little broom. You're gonna get a little black cat to sit on your shoulder.
Maybe.
All right.
He did have a broom.
Oh yeah, my broom burnt up. I was afraid that was gonna happen. I have to make a new one.
Oh, that's really annoying.
Yeah. Also, it's kind of annoying. Like, I have to dig through my book constantly because I've got so much shit in here, and like, I've gotta flipped all the fucking pages, and I forget what page shit's on. I use this
Yeah, I
book.
I noticed you used a number of spells, during the midterm that probably would have been useful if, say, we were trapped in a small room together and there were, like, death specters.
Yeah, well, I didn't know I had all of those spells, and well, I mean, even the ones that I know I have to like practice them, and it's just annoying. Like, I've got so much in this book, but I can use like 5% of it.
Sure. It's just, it was, annoying for me as well.
Yeah.
Given I have to get us out of there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, whatever. I mean, like, thanks for that still, but.
Oh, on the note of impending demise, any update on the Dey'ja Busters? We got any leads? Anyone got anything cool going on?
Not anything anyone's told me, but I'm about to, I'm going back home for winter break, and I was gonna, like, root through my mom's things, see what I can't figure out.
Okay, cool.
Triff said she had something about, like, a legendary weapon on her planet or something. I feel like she mentioned, or that, she will look into that.
Mhm.
I would hope, whatever, is wrong with her, isn't gonna keep her from doing that.
Yeah, that would be, like, insane.
That would be insane.
Might want to remind her about that, actually, because might have
No, she
forgotten.
can't see me. It's a fun
Oh.
thing.
And she was
Oh,
like
can you,
talking
like,
to you.
Yeah, but, like, not by choice. Is that funny to you?
No, just, like, no, it's not funny.
Okay.
So, is Olivia alright?
What do you, like, I mean, yeah, she's fine.
Okay.
What do you mean?
I just, she got, like, punched real hard, is all.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think Joe went a little hard, overboard on the punch, but, Joe's gone now, it's Jay.
Yeah, that's weird still, but I guess I'm getting used to it, which is a weird thing to get used to. But, yeah, I mean, I guess that's the only classmate we have to worry about changing identities, so.
I guess.
Indeed.
Our class is
It's good to
fucking
be able to
weird,
just-
and this school is fucking weird.
Yeah, this school's stupid.
Yeah, I'd use weird to classify it. But again, that's you'll find in working with people who either classify themselves as hero or villain that you don't get exactly the most mundane of people.
Eh, I guess so. I mean, I guess except for Robert.
Robert is pretty normal.
He's quite pleasant.
Yeah, he's a cool. Yeah, normal isn't bad. God, I wish more people around here were normal.
Too much spice does ruin the soup. I agree with that.
Yeah, if there's anything anyone else wants to do in the party.
I will want to roll for rumors at some point.
Mm-hmm.
We could say it's like as it's winding down, because now that she's top 3 especially, she just wants to see what people are thinking about after her fight.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How she's come out on the other side.
Yeah.
That's mundane in it.
It is mundane.
Yes. Oh dear.
I rolled so good on my other 2 mundane.
Join us.
Yeah, from less from
I
this.
rolled actually double 1s, just for the record. Actually, the lowest a human could.
Snake eyes.
I know what it's gonna be. I'm gonna hold off on describing it for a second.
Okay.
Is there anything anyone else wants to do in the party before the party ends?
Echo would go around and say goodbye to everybody and like give like a little salute before he heads out.
Okay.
On his forehead, and then he like kind of portals out. He actually stopped and say hi to Alex and be like, "Hey, looking forward to our call on Christmas. Thank you again for that."
Yeah, of course.
And he kind of offers her a fist bump.
She gives a fist bump back, and she says, "Thanks again for the rock."
You're welcome. I hope you enjoy it. I know some of them are kind of silly, and he kind of looks around at everybody.
You see some people are still looking at their rocks.
Just, I know everyone's kind of, this term's brought some ups and downs. I just, wanted to bring a little bit of happiness to everybody.
Sure, everybody appreciated that.
Evan puts a little hand on both of your guys' shoulders and rattles you a little bit, and he's just like, "Yeah, you lighten up the room, whatever. I mean, you did a good job. So, I mean, I know I appreciated it."
Thank you, Evan. I hope it made your day a little bit better too with everything going on.
Yeah, thanks. It'll be fine. I'll get over it.
I'll see you guys later. I gotta go take off this hat and put the sack away, but I'll probably see you guys. If you see me around the school, feel free to say hi.
All right.
Or become. You gotta get a smile and nod. Stay out of trouble.
I'll try.
Echo nods to Jay and gives a small smile.
Jay does the same. They're playing with their silly putty rock.
Hope you have a good summer, Jay.
Winter. He's like, summer,
Yeah.
winter, fuck.
Yeah, I'm used to summer all the time.
You too, Echo.
He gives a little punch on their shoulder and then goes to head out.
See, it's because in Australia, their winter is our summer, and our summer is their winter.
Oh my god.
All right. Anybody else? Any last things?
I think I'm good.
Terry's good. You just kind of vibe, drink
Okay.
soda.
All right. Then, as the party winds down later that afternoon, everybody ends up eventually heading off in their separate ways. And while some of you may meet up again before the weekend is over, you eventually say your goodbyes and start on your own plans for winter break. We'll move in here. And move it like about here. So, Terry, not long after everyone was released for winter break, you began making plans for how you'd spend your free time. You've had some time to play around this semester, but things with Maul kept you busy for a while and set you back. But now you have all the time in the world. Staying on campus over break, you're happy to learn that various recreational labs will be kept open for student use under supervision of the school security.
Gathering your things, you text Lawrence, who's also staying on campus over break, to meet you at the usual lab. And of course, it's a shame that Triffany is not able to join you, going home over the break, but that's fine. That will come in due time. So, how are you setting up your station?
Well, of course, he's gonna have just a vial of like a massive pitcher of fear gas, and then multiple other chemicals to mix them around with.
Got all your stuff set up to start experimenting with. And, yeah, of course, after setting up and doing a little bit of experimenting on your own for a bit, the mechanical door whirs open, and Lawrence steps in, furiously flipping through the pages of his book, as he tends to be doing now. And he looks up to you as he starts walking over. Hey, Terry, hey.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
So, hey, I see you're all set up here. I got some stuff, but, it's still, like, I don't know what all you want to see. I'm kind of just letting you lead here, but I've got some stuff that I brought.
Oh, I'd like to see whatever you're working on. I'm just using various chemicals and mixing with my own fear toxin to see what I can produce. Honestly, It's just touch and go at this point.
Yeah, that is the neat thing. He'll like, having walked over here, just kind of like crawl over the counter and make his way over here. Okay, so like your gas stuff is like really weird and kind of fucky, but like it's kind of easy since it's just chemicals to like mess with it and do weird shit with it. So hold on, and he kind of reaches into the darkness of his sleeve and starts pulling out objects to set them on the table, little vials and stuff. Okay, so I did some of that. I was messing with that slime, that you were saying, and I got something that kind of congealed right, and I've really been like messing around with it, and the stuff that you breathe out, again, I cannot stress enough, is like some crazy shit. It reacts really weird when I mess with it. It's like it. I don't even know how to word it.
Adapts.
Huh?
Does it adapt at all?
Yeah, I think that's a good word for it. It like kind of changes based on what I do to it, which is like, I mean, duh, but like it changes like a lot. Like it kind of becomes different stuff. It's really weird, but like sick. I also actually messed with it more. I think I see why it became what it did, I guess, at homecoming. Because, hey, surprise, I know how to make those little guys again. Hold on. And he kind of rummages around in his sleeve and then throws a little pellet onto the counter and drips water onto it and turns into one of these little guys. And it screeches at you and kind of like starts scratching around on the counter before he injects it with something, and it just goes still and stands there. And he dusts off his hands and says, yeah, so I learned how I made these again, which was, again, hard, because like I was just throwing shit together. But it seems like something about the shit that makes these little guys up kind of helped your... I don't even know how to refer to it. Your fog, your poison, like what do you call it?
I call it a fear toxin.
Your toxin.
It comes out in a gaseous form, but its base components are fear toxin.
Okay, well, it made your toxin into something that could be transferred, which is really weird, but like really cool. And so I tried to replicate that with the slime, which worked like you thought it would. And I've just been messing around with a lot of that. I got a bunch of shit in here. I can pull that out later, but that was the first thing that was on my mind. So that's kind of what I've been messing with. Not all of it, but like part of it, I guess.
These little guys will be very useful. You'd kind of like pat it on the head, like kind of like pet it almost.
And as you pet it, it seems like almost catatonic. It seems like whatever he injected it with like forces it to be passive. Yeah, so like that worked out. Oh yeah, also I'm starting to make these guys and like they're still really susceptible to stuff being mixed into them. So, I only made this one guy, and, now he's here, and he's not gonna go anywhere. But, yeah, I realized because he's made of a bunch of shit sloshing around, it makes it really easy to take that other places. But, yeah, so, I mean, I don't know what you're looking at or what you're wanting to see, really.
Well, that's the thing, Lawrence. Infinite applications are possible. It just requires a little bit of creative thinking. Now, applications that are useful in a heroic line of work, well, that's going to require a bit more vetting.
Yeah, most of the stuff I've figured out, you can't tell the teachers about, because they probably would not be happy.
Oh, it's fine. There's always going to be a few hiccups in the scientific process. Everything's useful, though.
Yeah, like,
regardless of its appearance.
I got, some stuff that, like, I mixed it with, kind of like a paralyzing sort of poison that I found. I kind of, juiced a snake for it. And it's, really weird. It kind of... how, people say they see, sleep paralysis demons, which are real, by the way, those are real. But when people say they see sleep paralysis demons, this kind of, this has that kind of effect, so, that's pretty cool. You spike somebody's drink with this, they're gonna get real fucked up. Oh yeah. I mentioned that I was messing around with, I figured out how the stuff could be transferred. I thought it was kind of it was dangerous that it was able to be transferred through this little guy, and it kind of, I guess it was kind of like a sickness, because I don't know what got into Lily that made her act all sick, because, I mean, that was just a bunch of random shit that was on the creature. She might have been, I don't know, but I was also able to replicate that, and he pulls out a little vial full of gas. I was able to replicate that, but, keep it as a gas, so, that seems like it'd be, really easy to spread. So, this kind of stuff, it doesn't, it doesn't, I don't know what the word is. It doesn't, just evaporate, it doesn't dilute in the air. It just kind of sticks around. So, that's pretty cool. It's very easy to capture in a jar, and he just kind of shakes it around. So, also thought that was useful.
It is.
Yeah,
very
it's
useful, actually.
It's weird stuff. Some of them exploded in my face and kind of, fucked me up a little bit for a minute. But, thanks for the antitoxin, by the way. That was very useful the few times I had to use it. But yeah, I mean, it's been pretty fun. I mean, again, sometimes kind of fucking terrifying, but, it's been fun. I've been having a good time with it.
Indeed. I think that he'd try and take the, little vial of what is the fear virus.
And he hands it to you.
This is the first step, I think.
Yeah, it's in a state where it can definitely still be messed with, a lot. It hasn't, set in stone yet, which is neat. It's still very easily moldable, even after being mixed with a few things.
Indeed. I feel like this will be the basis of what we mix with Triffany's extract.
Yeah.
And then, well, application, well, for that would be endless, really.
Yeah, by the way, so Triffany's stuff, that's her dandruff or something, right? Is that
it's
right?
Like a powder.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, so I guess we're just gonna, get some of that off her. Does she know about... Is she gonna be able to help on, the chemistry side, or, what is she gonna actually be helping us with?
I have no clue. If not just a presence, then for the materials. If she does have something to help us with regards to the science part of it, I wouldn't be against that either.
Okay. Not too big of a deal. She's fine. She makes me a little uncomfortable, though. She likes getting really close.
Yeah, personal boundaries. Not exactly a thing that's respected. I know someone else like that. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, she'd still... Well, I guess. She's really nice, which is weird, but... I don't know.
So yeah, I mean, I don't know if there. I mean, what were you messing with here?
Oh, well, I was thinking of actually having some sort of apparatus in which I could mix my own fear toxin, which is expelled with other chemicals. It's very few people and beings themselves can actively see mixing chemicals before it's expelled, so they wouldn't actually know. Some, maybe things that are a bit less dangerous than what I was originally expecting. You know, paralytics, things that reduce heart rate, stuff like that. Also, I was thinking of mixing certain chemicals with my own, seeing if I could make my own fear toxin. Odorless and, well, not exactly as visible. Despite my own demeanor, I guess it says something that the thing I do that is related directly to my power is quite flashy for a gas.
I guess so, yeah. I mean, I definitely think that's possible. Some of the stuff I was messing around with, you know, I mean, some of it gave it like a really bad odor, but yeah, I mean, I think that should be easy enough. It just takes a little bit of tweaking, really.
Indeed.
Now, are you like? I mean, I gotta ask this, mostly because this is how a lot of my creatures work. You think you could act as like a human beaker, or like are you wanting to keep all of this stuff like in the little gadgets on your wrists?
I would be willing to explore both options.
Yeah, I mean, because like your stuff comes out of like an organ in your body, right?
Indeed.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what would happen if we tried to have you drink weird chemicals, like if that would affect that. Like, I don't know if it would go through like it was going through your liver, or if it would just make you throw up, but like, you know, I mean, I don't want to like kill you or anything, but you know, I mean, if you were like a human beaker and you could just do that on your own, that'd be neat. Probably gonna have to use gadgets though, because I figured I'd ask because I want to make sure I know how your power works. I guess also
I've
if you
never experimented on myself in that respect. I wouldn't be against it for the sake of progress.
Well, maybe we mess with some of that then. I guess, I mean, we've got all break, so we've got a bunch of time, and Mr. Catalyst is still on campus, which he's nice, but also kind of weird. But I mean, you know, he knows about this stuff, so like maybe we could ask him or something.
I wouldn't be against it. Again, I'd rather work in an official capacity. Oh, Lawrence.
Yeah.
I know, well, I'll be frank. The thing I'm developing with regards to Triffany's power in my own and this fear toxin, it would be quite useful as a large-scale weapon, so I'd prefer if you don't talk about it too much, keep it on the down low.
No, definitely not. I kind of figured that's where we were going with it. And it's exciting, but yeah, it definitely, I imagine, reactions wouldn't be very good. Kind of already seems like people are looking at us weird that we're all working together, so maybe they're like kind of already assuming. Maybe because, I mean, the fact that we're working together maybe is why, but I have a feeling that after that midterm, Triffany being with us just makes it even more awkward for people, but like, fucking whatever.
I'm not too worried about my classmates and their opinions about me. They can think what they want. I'm more worried about it getting outside the school's circle of knowledge.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, you know, we'll deal with it if it happens, I guess. I mean, not that it'll really matter. I mean, I guess it'd matter if they, like, tried to stop us, which would suck, but yeah. I mean, you know, we'll keep it a secret.
Indeed.
Oh, I guess one more question, because, like, I know my answer to this, but I'm curious. What do you want to, like, test all this stuff on when we finally get to versions of it that are, like, stable?
The virus, I assume?
Yeah, like how are we gonna make sure it's effective?
Oh, we could try it on myself.
You are... he kind of, like, doesn't finish his thought, but he just sort of nods. He's like, we could test it on me, too. It'll be fine.
Who knows? We might even get an immunity to it. That would be incredibly useful.
Hey, actually, if you let me draw a little bit of our blood, I can actually just make it something that probably wouldn't affect us. I mean, that'd be like late into the process, but you know, having our blood's useful for that.
I wouldn't be against that.
Not against a lot of stuff.
Well, that is how I got to where I am.
Good. It's less boring that way.
In a sense.
Well, you want to get to work?
Of course. There's so much to do. So little time.
Yeah, all right. And he kind of cracks his fingers with a little snicker and goes to get to work. And yeah, you guys have plenty of time over the entirety of the break to start building a basis for, I mean, this one project and even little side projects that you're thinking about getting into and experimenting with. And of course, you and Lawrence are able to spend a lot of time working on this over the semesters in this lab or in whatever lab. It seems like not a whole lot of students are using the labs, but you've got plenty of space where you always have some private quarters to yourselves to mess with this. And yeah, you know, as you get to work on your newest concoction, just to see how far you can go, we will look to a land far away and yet oh so close, as we follow yet another student chasing their passions over break.
Did you say Walmart?
Yeah, it's a land that's not so... That's pretty far away. Decently close.
Let's see.
Echo. You traverse the eerie idle sands of Megea on your way to the Scrappers Market. As you cross a jagged cliff and finally arrive, the empty silence is slowly filled with clanging metal and shouting traders, a familiar energy to you. You enter the marketplace and move about cautiously, eyes on what's in stock and hands on your own valuables. You know better than to let yourself get nicked here. What is it that Echo is looking for as he's exploring this place yet again?
As Echo's walking by, he has the remaining parts he didn't use for that blaster he so graciously got donated. And he's just kind of walking through the markets, keeping an eye out for any particular gems that might help him with his upcoming project. And he's kind of just keeping an eye out for that. He has his goggles down, looking around, seeing if Spark could also help him maybe spot some possible means of of getting these gems, rather.
Roll with your sharpened eyes to assess the situation.
Oh boy.
And depending on what you roll, you can, you know, ask questions for a lot of things that you're looking for. Okay.
Two. Is there any traders that specialize in particular gemstones around?
Yes. Spark is going to get your attention and focus you on someone that is kind of off in a corner of the place, and you squeeze through the crowds of people that are, you know, standing around giant piles of slime, big elephant dudes and whatnot. And eventually you make your way over to one of these tables, and the guy is just sort of standing behind it. Looks like a collector of pretty gems and whatnot. And he just says, take a look around. Like what you see here on the table? Like some of the rocks?
Echo kind of nods and smiles and says, "Hi. I'm just looking for right now something for a project of mine. And for my second question, Echo's going to see if Spark can like identify a stone that could possibly work for his project."
Yeah, you actually are able to sort of analyze what is on the table here, and he sort of talks through some of the things he's trying to sell to you, but you're like blocking him out and trying to just figure out, okay, is what I'm looking for here. And you know, what you're looking for, it's a simple mineral compared to a much rarer and more valuable counterpart that rumors speak of, but it's definitely something that you know that you could probably get your hands on. If you could find the rarer version, that would be nice, but you do find it here. It is a mineral called Fool's Motu, and it is a mineral that will get the job done. It has the qualities that you're looking for.
Echo kind of gestures to it. Can I look at this for a second?
Oh, McClunky, yes.
Yeah, no, I just need to make sure it's authentic, and I just want to check its quality, if that's okay.
Yes, yes, of course, please. It is genuine fool's motu. I am not selling much of this mineral. Most look for motu, yes, but yes, please, by all means, get a good eyeful. Just keep your hands where I can see them, yes?
Oh no, of course. It kind of raises his
Yes,
hands and picks
yes.
it up as he looks it over.
Mhm.
Just a lot of fakes these days. A lot of people trying to pass it off. I just wanted to make
Nah.
sure.
Yes, most people believe the fool's motu is the fake, but I suppose you are not needing something heavy, yes?
No, no.
Well, by all means, it will not take too much, though if you want a good deal of it, it will cost a little more, or at least, depending on what you can bring to the table,
Echo kind of nods and takes off his little backpack as he puts it on the table, and he starts taking out the parts of the more valuable parts of the gun he took that he didn't scrap for his own project, and kind of lays them out on the table and gestures. Any of these interest you at all?
He kind of looks around at some of the parts, and some of the casing he's not as interested in, but some of the bits of the gun's internal mechanisms, he kind of lights up and wiggles his fingers and goes, "Oh, McClunky! Oh," and he picks it up and kind of starts messing with it and looking over some of the pieces and says, "You have some fine taste here. Was this all together where you found it?"
No, actually, I found it in pieces, and someone scrapped it prior to me. I think I found it. Might have been someone who was looking for particular parts, but waste not, want not.
Not part of the same model, then?
Some of it, but some of that is custom as well. Interestingly enough, like that core there, that's genuine artesian build.
Kind of starts looking over it and pulls out a little lens over his eye that zooms in a few levels.
Yes, I'm quite interested in this. I am actually willing to trade a few minerals with the Fool's Motu if you are willing to have a bigger look at my selection. I would like some of these pieces that go together.
Oh, of course. What do you got to offer me?
And he just kind of shows you some of his minerals as you're looking around. You can see some stuff that maybe would serve as good power sources, other stuff that are good conduits for various tools you may want to build in the future. So it's really down to you to just, see what catches your eye here.
I think Echo would take a little bit of I guess something that could act as a power source and even conductors and stuff like that, just for future projects in his mind.
Yeah, just kind of covering your bases.
Yeah, just covering everything. Thank God for that gun. I'll take some of that gems right there, and well as the is that limestone? I think that's limestone. I'll take some of that, and you got a good selection. What do you recommend for a power source?
A power source.
Yeah.
This comes from, well, it all comes from off-world, yes, but this is known by the layman as the battery stone. It does what you expect. It does not power all kinds of weapons, but it serves as a good substitute. It has a capacity of how much power it can output, but it charges naturally over time, just as long as there are more nearby. They create their own circuit. It will require purchases of multiple. One on its own will eventually be inert.
I'll take 2 or 3 of those, and could that cover it?
Yes, that will do just fine.
Thank you. It's a deal. And Echo kind of extends his hand for a shake.
He shakes your hand, and yeah, you do the trade of the various gun parts and all of these little minerals, which serve as, little building blocks for some of your projects.
What? I didn't catch your name, by the way. What is it?
Ilcid.
Ilcid. Nice to meet you.
Yes, nice to meet you too. What is your name?
Echo. Echo's my name.
You're what is his name? I heard his name in the market. You're Karish's boy, yes?
Yeah, Scales. Yeah, he helped me raise me.
I see. Well, I hope you put these to good use.
Oh, absolutely. I definitely will be back to do further trading if you are around.
Ha! Yes, I will. On the other side of the suns, yes?
Yes, of course. Echo kind of gives a laugh.
Well,
I'll be seeing you, and hey, spread word of my table, yes?
Oh, of course, always, every time. Scavengers like us, it helps a lot.
Yes, yes. I have a fine selection. Does no good when it's sitting on my table.
No kidding, I bet. But, thank you again, I appreciate it.
Yes, yes. Have a good day.
You too. Echo offers a little nod, and he goes to, walk through the market.
Yeah.
Again.
You end up walking away. You've still got some marketplace to walk through. You hear many voices murmuring and talking about things as you're walking through the marketplace.
This is gonna sound silly. Can I roll for rumors in the marketplace for anything involving, Lily's situation?
You can roll for rumors in the marketplace. You will hear things based on what you get.
Okay. Just an idea I had as it hit me. It's mundane. Would it be mundane or freak? Because I'm
That's a good question.
There's no one really mundane here.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna say you can roll freak. I'm gonna say you can roll freak here.
Hell yeah. In the other realms, things are flipped on their head. No,
That's an 8. That's better than below a 6, or I guess it's below a 7. Yeah, you're looking around and you're kind of trying to keep your ear out. You're trying to see what you can hear that may ring some bells. And eventually, you see a group of scrappers, and you see this guy sort of, his mechanical voice ringing out as he's talking to some of them. And yeah, you're kind of, that you and your friends are kind of thinking and looking for, you're like, okay, Lily's got some kind of curse. Maybe we're looking for, ancient weapons or something. And, what specifically are you looking for from this answer? You're looking for something related, but what is it that you're sort of, keeping an ear out for specifically?
Well, Echo also has in his mind that it might be another realm, possibly.
Yeah.
And he'd be keeping an ear out for that because he knows some people might also be able to travel through realms. It can't. Well, there's always that off chance or rumors because sometimes people just end up here from other realms, and other shit gets dumped here. So he's just or if there's maybe a crazy monster sighting or something of horrific proportions that's hell on earth. But
well, you do hear something fitting to that, as you know from your conversations. You know from your conversations with Lily and the group that there is some other realm involved, hence why it piqued your interest. Lawrence mentioned it as the realm of the lost. And as you're sort of listening around here, you hear some phrases thrown around that feel kind of like that, the realm of lost memory, the realm of death, whatever. And you're kind of like, okay, that sounds kind of on the right track. It might just be a rumor, but it might sort of fit into what I'm looking for. So you keep listening and you go over to this guy's group of people. And what you're hearing is a very outlandish story, something not quite what you've heard before. And as they're sitting around a sort of fire on the edge of the marketplace, I'll actually get us a few more guys here that are sitting around the fire together. But as these guys are sitting around the fire and talking about this story, you know that rifts open here quite commonly to dump trash, but they are telling a story where apparently a rift opened up and sucked everything around it into it. There was this dark, horrid portal, and during a shootout, one of the groups just got sucked into this dark rift. It closed, and they haven't been seen since. And it's, it's freaking some of these guys out, and some of them are like, that's bullshit. You're just trying to get us to stay around here so you can peddle some of your wares. I see what you're doing.
And he, heard it passively, they don't know he's listening in, right?
Yeah, you're just kind of off to the side. You hear this, it's kind of like a ghost story circle, almost, with, just people passing around rumors and telling stories from their times in the waste.
Who is the guy that said it?
It is going to be this robot guy here.
Echo kind of walks over and waves his hand. He's like, "Hey, sorry to interrupt. I have a question. Actually, I hate to overhear, but I have a question about that last story there."
What do you want, kid?
Good robot voice. I I was curious because I've also heard something like that happening. Do you know? And I'm also a scavenger. But do you know of like if did anything happen prior to the whole opening?
As far as I'm aware, we were just out in the wastes, and then suddenly, poof, other team gone. It totally happened, just like I said.
Okay.
The other
Thank
guy's
you, I
like,
just-
see, that's why it makes it sound like bullshit. I am telling the truth. You must believe me. Yeah, alright, buddy, sure.
Nothing came out of it. There were no like creatures involved at all.
That is why it is so peculiar. Everything went into it. That does not happen here.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. And it was like there was nothing. It was like a void.
I did not get a good look. It was just dark.
Okay. Thank you. I was gonna head out of town and do some scouting. I just thought I'd ask because everything out there is trying to kill us.
Yes, be careful of the world eating you.
Besides the sandworms, eh? And he kind of looks like everyone like he made a dumb joke.
Ha 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 ha. And the other guy says, "You're laughing out of pity, and you know it."
Yeah, he is laughing out of pity. I know that. Echo got his size. All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Who is the leader of that team, or was it you? The other, like the
other team. I am not sure because they are no longer here.
No, sorry, I meant your team. Were you the leader?
Yes, I was the leader of my team. We disbanded.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Temporary jobs. It is how it goes.
Yeah, it is. It is. I got his size.
Speaking of, would you like to go out into the wastes as my convoy?
Does Echo have time for that?
You don't know. You also don't even know if he means now or just in general.
Do you mean like now?
Yes, preferably now. I was about to head out on my own trip.
Yeah, just me and you, or are we taking these two with us?
Just me and you. We only need 2 men for this job.
What's the job?
There is something I got intel of out in the wastes. Thought it would be a good mark, but wanted to scout it first. Just need one other to come with me.
Echo looks at the other two. Do any of you want this job?
they're both just kind of getting up. They're like, nah, we're not fucking, we're not criffing with this. I was about to have them use an English earthly swear. We're not criffing with this. This guy's criffing nuts. And they just kind of like walk off. They're not even like bothering.
It's fine. I feel like you've said that before, Diggo. All right, yeah, sure. I'll come with you, but no funny business.
Yes. Ha 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 ha.
I just shakes his head. All right, you lead.
And you end up following this guy out into the wastes, and it's a pretty brief trip. He just takes you out to a location to scout something out, and sadly seems like he was given false information. And you don't really find much out there, but you are able to pick his brain, pick his circuitry a little more about the situation, and sadly it seems like it was a very mysterious situation. He even takes you to where it happened, but nothing seems weird or off about the area. And eventually, you're able to make your way back home after this trip. You become good friends with ID 48 over here, but once you have everything you need and have spent a good day out in the wastes, you end up heading home, lighting up Spark and departing.
I was very happy he did not attempt to rob him in the middle of the desert because he's used to some backstabbery bullshit.
Yeah, you thought he might. Cut to. A few hours later, you're hard at work in the engineer's lab. Despite plenty of technical course students sticking around to work on personal projects over break, you're definitely one of the students spending the most time here. Then again, you don't really frequent the other labs, so who's to say who's working in them?
But you don't have time to think about that, as you're too engrossed in your own project. Rochelle, aka Multitask, speaks up as she also buries herself in her work. Doing okay, Echo? Sure you don't need a break?
Echo currently has like a wrench, or not a wrench, like a screwdriver held in his mouth as he has his goggles down and just putting some finishing touches. Yeah, no, I'm good. I just trying to work out this prototype. Sorry for, by the way, he pauses and kind of takes his goggles off. Sorry for, because did you not have Christmas stuff you needed to do? Like for break stuff?
No, I'm just here because I'm, working on my projects and stuff, same as everybody else.
That's fair.
Why you apologize?
I just didn't want to keep you,
Oh, I mean, it's not like you're, having me come over and work on your stuff. I'm doing my own thing. But that said, I always have 2 extra pairs of hands, or claws. And, the 4 claws, like, bend back and kind of start clipping in your direction.
They're kind of chuckles. Yeah, that's fair. What do you think of this? And he kind of like raises up the 2 gauntlets as he kind of like shows her them as he kind of rotates in his chair.
Ooh, those look like they have really good craftsmanship. I'm kind of impressed.
Thank you. I worked on a little bit of the leather work here, and the ruins I got engraved here, and he kind of points them out.
And as you start kind of going into that, the mechanical door whirs open. Hey, Echo. Oh, hey. You wanted me to come over, yeah?
Yeah, perfect timing. Echo kind of smiles and beams. I just got almost done the prototypes for your gauntlets here.
Oh, really? He kind of walks over and, Rochelle goes back to doing her stuff, just kind of smiling at you guys.
Echo kind of smiles. He's like, how you been, man? Long time no see.
Oh, I've been fine. The midterms were stressful, but, we survived.
Oh, did you? How did yours go?
I mean, they went okay. We had some kind of obstacle course we had to do, and I was able to do that well enough. I scored better than I thought I would. But I mean, we had our midterm combat final after that, and it was a little rough.
Oh, I bet. Not to brag or anything, but Gabe got his ass handed to him.
Gabe's like the guy that's at the top of your class, right?
Yep. Me and Lily cleaned the floor with him.
Man, that's kind of crazy. How'd you guys do it?
Teamwork and her yelling at me, but that's beside the point. She's oddly enough a good leader.
Well, I mean, hey, congrats. Where are you guys sitting in your class now?
I'm about I'm 5th spot. Lily's up to 3rd now, if I'm remembering correctly. And he pulls out his pad to double check because Will did not remember.
No, yeah, you actually got it right. And
she's in 3rd.
Hey, I mean, good job. That sounds like it took a lot of effort. I moved up a little bit, which is nice. I didn't have like a huge jump or anything.
I mean, you still got time to prove yourself, man. I wouldn't worry about it. And with these, Echo kind of shakes the gauntlets. You're gonna be even better.
Yeah. So you explained like a little bit of it to me, but I kind of didn't get it from your text. What are these?
All right. So these gauntlets, you have 2 of them, right? And Echo goes to like these are the prototypes. Their craftsmanship is good, but we're still gonna fine tune the works and have some senior students look them over. But right now, what I got, and he kind of puts. Can I see your hands?
Oh yeah, sure.
And he goes to put the gauntlets on his hands and just tighten them a bit. What these do is they allow you to summon 2 shields on both hands. And with these shields, you can absorb any incoming force, such as bullets, punches, whatever you want. And those gems there in that material will absorb that energy and allow you to throw it into a punch.
Huh. That's crazy, actually. That kind of sounds like... Huh. He kind of like looks them over and, feels the gauntlets a little bit and is like, am I able to make the shields now? Or are we worried that it'll like explode?
Oh, no, it won't explode. My stats have gone up from things exploding. I think I am now at a 0.2%, but that's still pretty low.
0.2% of things exploding or 0.2% things not exploding?
things exploding. So you're well within the safety margins. That being said, flick your wrists out as if you're throwing up 2 shields.
Right, okay. And he goes ahead and does that.
As he does that, the gauntlets there's a brief moment as they warm up, and then all of a sudden 2 like sort of buckler-sized shields shields made of energy show up on his on his, not his wrists, but the other side of his wrists, where a shield should be.
Oh, wow. Huh. That's kind of sick, actually. And you said they, like, absorb force, right?
Yep. And Echo leans over and grabs a hammer as he just goes to whack one.
Ugh.
And you'd see, like, the energy kind of disperse around and then kind of be sucked into the center gem.
Oh, it's so weird. That's like kinesis. That's like Kinesis's thing.
Yeah. It's actually kind of impressive. I kind of got that idea. I've been taking ideas. However, I should point out, these gems have a bit of a storage limit. They'll start to kind of vibrate, and at that point, turn off the shields and start punching things.
Okay. I have a question about this.
Go ahead.
We had talked before about the whole, like, ranged options, since I'm, able to go in the air and stuff, and how I'm not really one for ranged weapons, but, I mean, since this is like a sort of melee tool, would there be a way for me to, like throw or fire these shields or anything? Because, I mean, discuses, I know how to fight with those. It's kind of like a bigger chakram situation,
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. I might actually look into that, further expansions on that. That actually is a good idea, and he kind of opens that up and starts to flip through it. I was mostly trying to compliment your current fighting style and give you a bit of a defensive option, but that's a really good idea.
Yeah, I just kind of thought of it because of what you had mentioned before. Yeah, I mean, this is really nice. Thank you, Echo, for working on something like this for me.
Oh no, you're totally welcome. You kind of inspired me to do it because, it is what it is. But here, and Echo kind of like sets up a little. He grabs like a water bottle he had that he was using and puts it on the table. Try punching it now. Flick your wrists again, and then try. It'll turn off the shields.
Okay.
And it'll go into like punch mode, I call it, not original, but you could change the name. And just give it a punch.
And he flicks his wrists and it goes down, and he's like, am I gonna like blow up the water bottle and like make a mess?
No, it's empty. The bottle's empty. I'm just gonna.
And you pull it out and put it on the table. He's like, oh, okay. I mean, all right. He reaches back his fist and he goes to punch the water bottle.
It would go careening with the force of Echo hitting him with the hammer, the shields with the hammer, and it would go careening and hit the wall.
Like crunches against the wall, kind of flattens a bit. Like, oh damn! I just kind of softly. All right, cool. Does it matter how hard I punch, or is it just like just gonna put the same amount of force out?
It depends how hard you punch. Typically, there's like still a little bit. We're still gonna tune it and get all the proper things in place where you could possibly even like decide how hard you punch if you want to conserve some energy. That's some of the stuff I got to talk to the upperclassmen about as I'm kind of teaching them and we're learning from each other rune magic, rune tech, or magitech rather. But we're getting there. This, as I said, prototype, couple bugs.
Cool. But yeah, I mean, I really do appreciate it, man. Yeah, I guess I never even considered something like this. I mean, Kinesis is just like a guy in a suit, so having equipment like this is more useful than I thought it'd be. I kind of just figured it'd be like, I don't know, like I don't know. I guess I didn't know what my equipment would be, but I really like the sound of this, so yeah, I really appreciate this.
Yeah, of course, man. I wanted you to, have something fun.
You said you have like a strange material in here. This isn't like the same stuff that Kinesis uses, is it? Or is it like a different kind of thing?
That's a good question. Echo like pauses at that and kind of tries to think of that and compare it to this because he's seen Kinesis' suit, surely.
You've heard about it in the news. Canonically, people don't really know what the power source of his suit is. And Lewis follows it up just by saying, I don't know, it just sounds like similar. I was just curious. I mean, like, there could be more materials that do the same sort of thing. And overthinking of it more, you know that with kinesis is, like, huge amount of input and output just from hearing what he's capable of doing. Fool's Motu is probably a little lowballing what the material he's using might be. It would require a lot more durability to be capable of doing that kind of stuff.
Yeah, no kidding. It might be similar, it might not be, but I know that I got this material from my realm where I'm from a nice trader, a material trader.
Oh, huh. Well, this stuff isn't gonna, because like he went through like years where he was like messing with his suit. This isn't gonna like give me lung cancer, is it?
No. It's perfectly safe. I've used it before, and I've heard of other scavengers using it in the wilds for other projects.
Cool. I'll take your word on that and trust you. And he kind of takes the gauntlets off and sets them on the table. He's like, well, cool. Yeah, that was a very pleasant surprise before break. I'm kind of excited to be able to use them when I get back now, actually. I mean, are you staying here over break and working on them? I guess that was a little presumptuous.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be working on these and maybe some other projects. I got some other new fun stuff I get to try, and he kind of like Echo reaches under his poncho and pulls out like a little gem, the energy gems he bought, and shows him.
Oh, cool. Well, I mean, that's sweet. I'm going back home myself here in a little bit, but I'll be around for the next few days. So if you need me for anything else for like testing or whatever, I mean, like I'll be around for like I think until like the end of this week. So
awesome.
Just like hit me up.
Yeah, for sure. Echo kind of leans back and looks at his mentor and goes, will we need him for testing? Because we aren't leaving the prototype stage for a while still, but...
I mean, if he wants to help test the prototype, it could help things go faster, but, I mean, if he needs to leave, we can test it ourselves.
Echo looks to Lewis.
I mean, I'd like to help with the process. I don't want to just, make you make it for me. I mean, I guess that's like kind of what this department is for, but I would feel bad. Like, I want to be a part of the process, so.
Oh, absolutely. And your insight, even with like the idea of throwing stuff, was brilliant, if I might say. So like, yeah, no, definitely. I'd love to have you here.
Well, thanks. Well, I mean, if you get to a point where you're trying to test out stuff with it, you can feel free to call me. I'll just, I'll be around.
Yeah, for sure. I'll definitely let you know. And then Echo kind of pauses as he looks over to the chair there, or rather there.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of goes quiet for a second before looking back. Have you like heard anything from Kenzie?
Oh, Kinsey. Yeah, I kind of forgot about all that stuff. I mean, like, yeah, we're in the same class. She's been going to class. I don't really talk to her that much, though.
Has she been, like, seeming okay, or is she, like,
I mean, as okay as usual. She doesn't really talk to people.
Okay. Echo kind of pulls out his, firstly, he pulls out his, his data pad's already out, and he kind of looks it over as did Eugene send a message back at all?
Eugene just sent back a message that says, fuck you.
Echo kind of nods and shows Lewis.
Lewis just kind of chuckles and is like, yeah, he sent me a Merry fuck you too.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. And then Echo would go and type in a little like Merry Christmas to Kenzie, and he hopes she has a nice break.
And before you send it, the mechanical door whirs open.
Uh-oh.
And yeah, you look up expecting to, you don't really know what you're expecting to see, but when you see Kenzie walk in and step into the doorway, you're like, oh, and she's seemingly not looking in your direction.
He knows damn well she can look in other directions without looking at someone.
And she just kind of walks in and doesn't look at you and just moves over to the far terminal to begin sort of messing with it.
Echo looks at Lewis and like exchanges a glance like, should I go talk to her?
Maybe, like, it might be a good idea, I guess, if things are like rough.
Yeah, I'll do.
Speaking of, I'm gonna head out and get some lunch. So
Now, sounds good. Echo gives him like a God help me look.
good luck, bud.
Thank
I'll
you, I appreciate it.
exit and head out the door.
Echo kind of sighs and just like adjusts his goggles as he slowly taps back delete on the message he was gonna write to her, and then sighs, takes a breath, and goes to walk over. He he adjusts his goggles.
Get oh yeah,
that's-
you walk over to her and she's got her back to you. She doesn't say anything.
Hey, Kenzie.
Do you need the terminal?
No, I just wanted to, wish you a Merry Christmas and, see ya. Hope you had a good, you're gonna have a good break,
It'll be fine, I guess.
What are your plans? Anything? He goes to, sit down.
Seems like the same as what you're doing. She kind of moves away from it and goes over to the window here. It seems like she's got stuff within the testing room that she's, kind of messing with remotely. Just testing out some projects and working on whatever.
What are you working on?
Still the same stuff as before.
He jumps over to the next chair just so I can get a better look at it. What is in the place?
You're able to see in the testing room what looks like the beginnings of an sort of a huge exosuit that is shaped much like a scorpion.
Oh, damn.
It looks kind of like a small mech that a person could just kind of sit in and pilot.
Eden, I'm sorry, I immediately thought of Pincer.
He has one claw.
Still similar. Echo kind of gives a small whistle. You've been working on that all term?
Yep.
He kind of just kind of scratches the back of his head. So, I wanted to apologize about homecoming.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to please everyone, ended up pleasing nobody. Pissed both you and Jay off. I just wanted to say sorry, and hopefully we can still be friends.
Well, you definitely sound sorry.
I mean, was that sincere or was that sarcasm?
Roll to pierce the mask.
I hate that. I hate it.
Making you guys use this move a lot this session.
Yeah, no kidding. Holy moly.
You can tell that it was not sincere, but you can't tell exactly what she meant by that, or if she was just saying it to appease you. And she just kind of seems to, kind of be, waving you off. She's not literally telling you to go away, but she is just not giving you the time of day, which is, of course, very different from what was the usual. Giving you kind of the cold shoulder, as it were.
Kind of size. I just wanted to make, things possibly better between us, because I know that was rough for everyone. It wasn't fair to you or Joe. Now Jay. But,
oh yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. Got a new style, too.
So, I mean, she kind of just turns around and faces you. So, why are you talking to me? You say you want to make things better, but, why? What's the point?
Because at the end of the day, I think I gotta figure myself out more than I do. I'm still learning about, relationships, both other people's and my own, and, friend relationships.
Okay, but, what do you want from talking to me about this? Because it seems like you didn't really give a shit about thinking about that kind of stuff before. So, I mean, do you want us to be friends? Are you trying to? I mean,
yes, I still want us to be friends. Kenzie is what I'm getting at, because I liked your energy. I liked working with you, and I liked like exchanging ideas. And he kind of gestures over to the gauntlets on the table. I like getting your feedback. I do like you as a friend. I just need to figure myself out before I get into any relationships, either with you or Joe, and I'm sorry for that, and I feel
Okay,
horrible.
well, that's cool and all, and I appreciate it, but I wanted something different, and now I'm also confused, which kind of fucking sucks, because I normally know what I want, and now I don't. So I don't even know if I want to talk to you, and honestly, you know what? And she just kind of hits a button within her claw, moves back over here, and starts typing away. She's like, maybe I should just go work in another lab for today.
Kind of size.
Like, I appreciate the whole sorry shtick, but, you know, seems like you don't really know what you want to say to me yet other than sorry, and sorry's not going to cut it. Kind of weak. So, you know, when you have something specific to say, then come find me, because I do want to talk to you, but not about that.
All right. Hope you have a good break, Kenzie. I kind of sighs and just kind of rests his head on the table. Shut up.
And as you're sitting over there, a claw sort of extends and just pats your shoulder.
Thanks.
Yeah, that sounds really rough, but hey, I mean, you know, you guys are still classmates, you'll work it out. Or maybe you won't, but, you know, that's fine. You'll work it out if you're supposed to, I guess.
Yeah. And Edgar kind of pats the tentacle arm thing, and he goes to sit down. Alright, focus on work. That's all I can do. And he goes to start tinkering away again with the prototype. And he just completely switches gears. I'm gonna need an upperclassman to, like, look over this and make sure it's not gonna blow up in his face, right?
Yeah, I'll help you with the testing, and I have to kind of give the final go-ahead. I mean, it could be any upperclassman, but since you're around the club and around this lab, I'd be more than happy to do it.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Kind of.
Yeah. Echo,
Hmm?
you're doing something special, you know?
Am I?
Yeah,
I'm deflated a bit.
She kind of comes over here to sit down, and she gives you a reassuring pat on the arm, and she says, there is a huge chance that this changes his life forever, you know? I mean, like, there's a chance that this saves his life someday. Like, this kind of stuff is super important, you know?
I kind of pauses that and looks at it.
Like,
Yeah,
this kind of stuff, why, I mean, you know, I do it because I like to tinker, and I like to build stuff. That's why a lot of us do it. But I mean, like, it's a really, really important job. Like, it is a needed job. I mean, you know, you said that you had reached out to him and you started doing this. He might not have asked for something like this otherwise. And if this saves his life someday, that's because of you. So this is, I mean, it's really good what you're doing, honestly.
Well, Echo kind of like some pride swells up in his chest as he kind of smiles at her and says, "Yeah, you're right. Thank you."
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, I'm still kind of jealous of the crime fighting course. I mean, are you sure you don't want to transfer over to the technical course? We could really use that bright mind over here. You're so good at this.
Yeah, I know, and I have thought about it, but I do believe that this can be like a hobby sort of deal. And he kind of taps his pad as he shows her his placement on the leaderboard.
Oh, you're doing really well.
Yeah. I kind of want to do, like, this is a side thing, sort of, and I still like helping you guys around the lab and stuff, and I still, you know, want to take you up on your offer to help with, like, costumes and gadgets and stuff.
And absolutely, it's appreciated. It's just such a shame. But I mean, it's fine. Like you're doing what you want to do, and that's totally cool. But if you don't mind me asking, I mean, why? I don't know if I've asked this before. Maybe we've had this conversation. A lot's happened this semester. Why is it that you want to? Why are you in the crime fighting course? Not to say you can't be. I mean, again, you were talking with Lewis earlier. You know, people like Kinesis exist that fight crime using their tech. So I'm not saying that you can't. I'm just, I don't know, like what drew you to the crime fighting course?
It was honestly, and this is gonna sound stupid, but where I'm from, I wanted the adventure. I wanted something new. I wanted a change of pace. I wanted to experience something I had never experienced, and look at me now. And he kind of gestures around the lab and down to the gauntlets. I'm actually doing stuff I enjoy. Not that I didn't enjoy scavenging before, but like, I really love this, and I do enjoy interacting with people more. I was a bit of a loner besides my father figure, but like I'm enjoying this, and I'm learning more about myself every day, as well as relationships. And kind of gestures to the door where Kenzie went out. It's been interesting, and it's been a hell of an adventure, and I don't know. We'll see where it goes. But I'm happy I came here and took that leap of faith into the unknown, which kind of did when I found these gauntlets, and kind of looks at his own gauntlet. But it was originally for adventure, and I got to remind myself that sometimes the journey is just as important as the destination.
She kind of smiles and says, well, we're lucky to have you here. And honestly, and you hear the door whiz kind of cutting her off, and Nightwalker steps in.
Uh-oh. Echo kind of pauses and like, uh-oh. Like there's a brief flash of uh-oh.
Nightwalker just, steps in and looks at Rochelle and just says, Rochelle, you are needed in one of the other labs. Oh, right away, sir. Is it Kenzie or is it... I mean, I know she was in here a minute ago. Is something wrong with Miss Kinsey? She kind of looks back at you. No, she's fine. I'm just a little worried about her. He just steps aside. Okay, I'll be right back. And she goes to step out of the lab.
Echo kind of like just whistles as he starts to work on the gauntlet as he's like burning more ruins into it.
Nightwalker casually walks over with his hands behind his back, and he goes to look at what you're working on.
Hi, Nightwalker, how you doing?
I'm doing fine. What is it that you're working on?
Oh, just a prototype for Lewis, and Echo kind of slips it on his one hand that doesn't have a gauntlet, and he flicks his wrist as the shield shows up, and he shows Nightwalker.
Impressive.
He flicks it again. Thank you. Sir, I didn't expect you to be still at the school.
Yes. I'm going to be here on and off throughout the break, helping to watch the premises.
Oh. So I better keep my wits about myself and not get in any trouble, eh? He kind of smiles at that. Yeah, okay. Kind of lowers his head. Are you happy with the way everything turned out with the classes? And he kind of gestures to his pad, which still has the leaderboard on it.
He glances to it and then looks back to you and says, "Are you?"
I mean, yeah, I'm quite happy I still have my spot. Top 5 is still pretty good, but you should have seen Nelson. Oh man, he was so happy, as was Lily and everyone else. I was surprised to see Gabe humble. I thought he would be more what's the word? Surprised. But
his purpose is different than what you would immediately assume. Rather, I suppose it is a lack of purpose, but regardless, the results were as I expected they would be, at least somewhat. Those with passion rose up or maintained their positions, and some unfortunate side effects of some of the tests occurred that caused some to fall lower. Most of those that fell lower on the leaderboard only did so out of not scoring quite as high as other students, whether points were deducted or what have you.
Right. Well, I'm glad If anything, I'm glad I have you as a teacher. And he kind of smiles up to him.
He looks at you, and you kind of hear some warmness to his tone, and he says, "I'm always happy to have you as my student as well."
And he smiles and flicks his wrist as the shield goes down. He takes the gauntlet off. Oh, yeah, no, hold up. Echo kind of pats his poncho for a second and pulls out a wrench. Nope. And he pulls out a strange material, puts it down. Nope. And then he pulls out a little pouch and offers it to Nightwalker.
What is this?
A gift for my first Christmas.
A Christmas present. And he goes to open it.
Yeah, and he would find the rock, and this rock, he would find a little note that describes its properties. As the day progresses, it'll slowly change shape into different 3D objects before returning to a rock at night. And Echo kind of smiles at him.
Where did you acquire such a strange object?
Echo kind of raises his gauntlet and taps the Sand Realm gem with a smile. Home.
And once again, you hear some warmness to his tone as he moves over to, the desk where usually Rochelle watches the classroom as he takes a seat. And he sets it on the table next to him and he says, "This will serve my desk well. Thank you, Echo."
You're welcome. I just thought you'd, want something, because he doesn't really have much on his desk, does he, Ethan?
No, he kind of lives a simple life with his desk.
Yeah, I thought so. It'll just something fun to have. It's not harmless in any way, but just something nice.
It is appreciated. Merry Christmas,
glad.
Echo.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Nightwalker. Echo just kind of smiles and gets back to work on it. The gauntlet. Can I roll it quickly mundane to see what if he can glean anything from Nightwalker?
Yeah, go for it. Go to pierce that mask.
Literally.
All right, you get one question.
What's Mr. Nightwalker kind of feeling right now? What's the vibe he's giving off? Because sometimes I know he's very stoic.
Of course he still has that stoicism, as he always does, but you can tell that he was genuinely touched by your gift. And he's very interested now that, he didn't realize you were going to be in this lab. He's coming to sit in for Rochelle for a moment before he goes back to his rounds. But it seems like he's sort of happy to see you here working and passionate about something and, just wistfully watching you toil away.
Well, I'm happy. Echo kind of just smiles and kind of goes quiet as he gets to work on stuff. And every so often he'd show Nightwalker some properties of the runes he engraves in the gauntlet and some of the stuff, how he connects the circuits and how it works, and just kind of with passion, of course. He's describing it it's he enjoys the work he does with this. But he would just do that for the rest of Nightwalker being there.
And of course, eventually, and Nightwalker takes it all in, and he'll converse with you and take in what you're telling him, as little as he understands about it. He's just happy to listen to you go. And eventually Rochelle comes back in, and you continue working, and you have plenty of time during the entire break to spend on tinkering, building, and even exploring, and who knows what else. It's kind of freeing not being bound by the class schedule, and yet it's almost a little lonelier going back to your usual rhythm. Nelson isn't around to force you to work out every morning anymore, but you've still got people around school. And
there...
Oh, go on.
There was one thing I forgot. I was gonna... Echo, actually, while they were discussing his gauntlet, he'd ask Mr. Nightwalker one simple question, and it's why he became a hero.
He thinks on that for a second.
Theme song?
He gets kind of quiet when you ask him why he became a hero. And you're still tinkering away on your stuff, and he speaks up and says, "This world constantly has terrible things happening in it. Terrible things done by terrible people. People that need to be stopped. It is a simple concept. However, a hero is a very specific idea, at least in the eyes of society. I began my work to remedy the issue, to stop those that were doing these terrible things. My original goal was to hurt those that were hurting others, to stop them once and for all. My goal had to change eventually, because the world changed. I never expected that I would be here teaching students like Class 1B, to do what they do. It was never a part of the plan, but I believe it's better than what my original plan was. I trust foresight. I trust the other faculty here. I just hope that the direction things are going in is not. He kind of stops himself and just shakes his head and says, I am a hero as a preventative measure. This may be... well, it may not be good to say this as your teacher and as your mentor, but I do not have bright reasons for doing what I do.
Kind of furrows his brow at that and kind of taps his finger on the table and goes, well, we all have our own reasons, but I think if we end up helping people, that's kind of what matters, right? One way or another?
He nods and says, yes, though some do not see it that way. Some have a very rigid idea of what it means to be a hero, to help others, what is and is not correct. And at the end of the day, there are incorrect reasons. But, at the end of the day, if we are able to save a life, it is worth it.
That's a loaded... Echo doesn't realize it, but I do, but that's a loaded statement. Echo kind of nods and kind of looks down at his gauntlet. I see. Thanks for explaining that, sir. I appreciate it.
He nods. And after that...
yeah, there.
We zoom out and move to another student. One who's looking to relax, but also for some answers.
That's me.
It's you!
I come out of my fucking isolation pod, my hypersleep.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
sealed.
Okay. Yeah, so, around the same time in the week, Lily and Olivia make their way across Terminal City. Your original plan was to have your dad pick you up from the station and drive you home, but since he got busy with work, you've had to transfer through a few extra rail lines. You and Olivia arrive from a nearby station at a large house in the residential district near Skyview Mall. Olivia looks around in awe. It's no mansion, but it's a very nice, large house with a huge yard, and that's a rarity in Terminal City. And she's just kind of like, looking around in awe, looking at, all the flowers that are in the front yard and whatnot.
Lily, would walk up the path to the house, not even, playing it cool to be like, yeah, it's not a big deal to me. Just it is genuinely like, yeah, it's not a big deal to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like for once, not faking that's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
She's just, moving swiftly up to the door. He's like, yeah, come on.
And she, will pitter-patter after you with the sounds of her boots kind of clapping on the ground. And she's like, you do have a really nice house.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, my mom does the gardening and stuff, so I guess say that to her.
Oh, okay. You open the door and enter the house, and you hear distant, calming music being played, and smell the pungent aroma of too many candles being burned. And your father walks into the foyer to greet you.
Which, by the way, 100% on the ride here, she has texted him, several times. Her name is Olivia. It's Olivia. You have to remember it this time. Don't be weird. Don't say anything weird.
And yeah, you walk in, and he smiles and says, "Ah, Lillian, welcome home, dear." And he'll walk forward and, go to... He kind of, like, doesn't run at you, but, he kind of, like, goes forward to pick you up and hold you and kind of swing you around a little
a
bit.
little hop, gives him a hug.
And he gives a big smile and squeezes you and sets you down, and he looks with a very genuine, warm smile to Olivia with a nod and says, "Hello, Olivia. Nice to have you." And she says, "Yes, nice to meet you, Mr. Fox. Or, nice to see you. I'm sorry." It is all right. It is all right. And he kind of steps back.
Well, he shoots him a thumbs up where Olivia can't see.
In the same way, he shoots you a thumbs up back. And he just claps his hands and he says, "Well, how has my wonderful daughter been this semester?"
Well, school still sucks. But I'm making the best of it. I actually have some good news that I think I could share at dinner.
Very good. I will be excited to hear about it. And suddenly you hear the pitter-pattering of feet in the distance, and he looks like he's about to say something, and he stops and just steps aside to look. And down the hall, another familiar face enters the room. And let me actually show this to everyone. Add to our civilian sheets.
It's the mother.
It's the mother.
I forgot I put cringe mother as the note.
But yeah, your mother, runs into the room, and she's got a big smile on her face. She runs up to you to give you a hug, and she just says, "Oh, Gretchen, welcome home, sweetie."
No.
And immediately on hugging you, she spritzes you with some sweet-smelling spray before giving you a huge hug and pecking you on the cheek with multiple kisses. "Oh, how is my darling
in
little
on
girl?"
herself and cringes into her jacket every possible way.
"How is my darling little girl? Is school going well? Are you listening to the spirits?"
Fine. I'm listening to them. I can't not be listening to them.
Good, good. You never know what they have to say. It could be very important.
Could be very important.
"Oh, and this is your friend? This is, I believe, sweetie, you said her name was Olivia?"
It's Olivia. It's Olivia Irwin.
"Oh, it's wonderful to meet you, Olivia." And she goes to give Olivia a hug, and Olivia puts her hands up and steps back. Like, I shouldn't hug you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't want to be, my power is just very dangerous." Oh, it's no problem, sweetie, really." And, she kind of steps to the side, and, you can tell that your mom can feel the energy from Olivia and puts, like, enough space between them to give Olivia some ease, but not so much, that it's like she's avoiding her. Just kind of stepping back a bit, giving her some space. And she says, "Oh, sweetie, you do seem a little tense. School must have been rough this semester for the both of you. I have the perfect thought. I'm going to go into the back, grab some rose quartz, and I think it'll help. And by all means, make sure to walk through the main hallway. I made sure to light as many candles as I could without making a fire hazard." She winks to...
I could tell.
"Okay, well, I'm gonna go grab some of that rose quartz. Dinner is going to be ready very soon. Come in, please.
That's great.
And please, raise your hands, open your palms, feel the energy. And I will be back."
Lily, when her mom leaves, slowly looks to her dad. "She's not supposed to call me Gretchen, you know that."
I apologize. I will speak to her about this. You know that she is fond of that name.
Yeah, that's why she named me it. I know.
Yes. Well,
thank you for giving me a normal middle name to fall back on.
Yes. I'm going to go. I have a few calls to make before dinner. Please, make yourselves at home.
Yeah, I'll show Olivia around the place.
Yes. And I'm excited to hear about your good news at dinner, sweetie.
Right. Yeah, I have good news.
And they walk off, and Olivia's just, off to the side, still quiet.
You don't? Okay, so that was my mom.
She seems nice.
Yeah, she's nice. Don't feel... She's gonna probably at some point while you're staying here try to offer you various crystals that she thinks has healing properties. You do not have to feel like you have to take them. You can say no. And in fact, I implore you.
Are you sure? I don't want to I don't want to make it feel like I'm like an ungrateful guest.
I mean, I'm just telling you, you don't have to. She's just gonna offer them to you. You really, because I mean, what are you gonna do with them? You know?
I guess. I mean, like, if she just gives me one crystal, maybe I could make a necklace or something. You know.
That's fair. Anyway, you want me to show you around the place?
Yeah, yes, please. I'm super excited. And by the way, it's also really nice on the inside. And yeah, you can look around and like the house is really clean. Of course, your mom decorates a little bit gaudy, but you know, Olivia's just sort of looking around and seems just kind of enthralled by the fact that it's such a big house.
Lily looks around with not as much fondness at like the various candles or like, you know, salt at the door frame, shit like that. Just like all those superstitious decorations. It's like, yeah, well, it's an acquired taste. Maybe I'll acquire it one of these days.
And yeah, Olivia will just follow you around as you give her the tour of the house, and you know, you two are able to drop your stuff off at your room, and you know, you can just kind of hang out until dinner, unless you guys want to talk about anything specific before dinner happens.
First, I feel like when they go to Lily's room, because I imagine since she hasn't been there, it's like relatively untouched. And Lily, you know, makes an effort to try to make her ghosts like overturn or like pull down any like, you know, selfies or Polaroids and shit of her and her old friends, before Olivia can see them, just because it's like, they're nothing anymore.
they're nothing anymore. Get rid of
nothing anymore.
Get rid of this dark history.
But I mean, I guess at some point Lily would ask. Also, by the way, I don't want to, you know, not to self-report. I did roll a 0 on my rumors check, and that hasn't come up yet. Did you forgore, or is that coming?
Oh, yeah. This is still a good time to mention it. Because you were looking for, kind of trying to put your ear to the ground and just hear about, you know, rumors of the fact that you're in the leaderboard and all, and how things have gone. And definitely the last, you know, couple of days that you spent an extra day or two around school where there were still some students around, the reason why I didn't want to say the rumor at the party was because you needed a bigger audience. But the more people that you heard talking about it, it seems like since word got around about your curse and about how the spirits interact with you, and how powerful it is, and the fact that that is your power, it seems like the general consensus is not, oh wow, Lily's super impressive, she got all the way up to like 3rd in her class, or like, oh, she's doing really well. It's more like, oh, I see, like, you know, her crazy, freakish, powerful abilities, you know, are starting to carry her to the top, and now that she's using them, that's cool, I guess. So it's definitely, the idea is that, oh, Lily is starting to look impressive, not because of her, but because of her powers.
Whatever. Fuck them. I don't... top 3s don't care about the opinions of the lower numbers.
It's true. But yeah.
But at some point, Lily would ask, you know, since if they're just like hanging out, chilling in her room or something till dinner. So hey, by the way, I mean, you know, you don't have to tell me. I know it's a private conversation, but also I mean, what's up with Triff?
Oh, yeah, I did want to...
Kind of haven't brought it up, and I wasn't sure if you were gonna.
Yes, I did want to bring it up. She didn't tell me not to or anything. It is kind of worrying. I don't know how to word it. It's like she's not... So, it doesn't seem like she's mad at you, but like, she said something like you dishonored her or something. And I asked her what she meant by that, and she was talking about, you know, she was talking about her warrior's pride and all. I didn't really get it. She said it was like something about like how you were looking at her or something. I really think it's something you should probably talk with her about when we get back from break.
It doesn't even make any sense.
I mean,
I mean, it just sounds like she's mad she lost, to be honest.
I mean, did anything weird I mean, aside from, you know, I mean, did anything weird happen? Did she say anything, like, or is it just the
And she makes like a little punch motion and then tentatively pulls her hand back.
I mean, like, you know, before I did it, she was saying some stuff about, like, I mean, she was just trying to get in my head. She was trying to, like, lull me into not wanting to fight her. She said, like, you know, it is not just Hip Moth. I am Triffany. I'm your friend. And you were like Lily or whatever. And I, you know, replied, I'm the wretch, and I punched her.
Huh. Well,
but I mean, she was just trying to get in my head. She was trying to like make me drop my guard.
Maybe. I guess I don't.
I mean,
know,
not maybe.
since I was
For sure.
in there. I mean, I guess she could have been. It feels really. I mean, maybe she is that underhanded in a fight. I don't know. But I mean, her powers are weird. I don't know.
I don't blame her for trying. We were, you know, only one of us could win. I get it. It's just I'm not holding anything against her. And if she got me, I wouldn't be holding anything against her. That's why I think this is insane.
Well,
she's just mad she lost.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you might be right. But that, you know, that's what she said about it. It definitely sounded like a her culture thing. So I really didn't get it. But you know, I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. I guess it's still just weird.
I mean, yeah, it's weird. I don't get it, and I hope she gets over it.
Well,
what?
I don't know. I just are you not gonna talk to her about it at some point?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I'm not gonna apologize.
I mean, yeah. I don't know.
Do you think I should?
I mean, we had to do what we had to do.
Yeah.
I get why Joe, you know, had to hit me as well, and it was like a little weird, but
I mean, I think it's a little different. He put way more power in that punch than he needed to, you know?
I guess.
I mean, his fist is made of metal, is my point. It's like he didn't need to, you know, literally almost break your mask.
Yeah.
It's not like your skull is made of metal.
Yeah. I don't know. It just sits weird with me. I didn't think she'd be the type of person that would react this way. That's why I'm worried about the whole culture, dishonor, whatever thing that she mentioned. But I don't know. I mean, maybe you're right. She might just be upset, but I don't know.
And she could just talk to me about it. I don't know why she's got to be this way about it.
Olivia just kind of shrugs.
Whatever.
Well, in other news, I don't have other news. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I mean, I figured you wouldn't. We go to the same school. Like, anything you heard, I would have probably heard, you know?
Yeah. I'm glad we're on break now, though. I've just been really tired.
Yeah. I can almost pretend I'm not going to a superhero school for, like, a month.
Yeah. It'll be nice to just relax for a bit.
And yeah, you know, a little more time is gonna pass, and eventually, you guys are gonna get called down to dinner. We'll get these guys set up for their fun dinner table in the wonderful apartment on the edge of the city. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, you guys come down. You end up being able to sit at the dinner table and sit across, and they serve the food to you guys. And yeah, once everyone begins eating, your mom was talking for a little bit about how her job has been going, and just mentioning some of her clients and whatnot, just being generally talkative at the beginning of dinner before finishing her little story about what's been going on, and continuing with her
Lily's
food.
actively trying not to listen to that story.
When she finishes, she says, "Oh, but enough about me. Lillian, dear, you said you had some good news, yes?"
Yep. She pulls out. We have our like pads, don't we? We take them with us.
Yeah.
Then she would pull out her school pad and be like, "Okay, so it's not ideal for anyone, especially me, that I'm going to this school. We all know that. We've all talked about that to death. But I just want to show I'm making the best of it. And I'm doing the Fox family name proud. Because check this out." And she turns around to the pad and shows off the leaderboard. So this is basically, just to explain, this is basically like the power rankings of the class, as far as like how good we are at like the whole hero stuff they're making us do. And you see that top 3.
And yeah, at that, it seems like your dad is like furrowing his brow a bit, and he's kind of like trying to get what you're talking about, and he's eventually like, oh, that is extremely impressive. That's right, you had mentioned this leaderboard when we earlier in the semester. That is excellent.
I think I was 8 when I told you about it first.
He just chuckles and says, "Well, that's my girl, and I'm sure that very soon, even before the end of the year, you're gonna climb to that #1 spot and show them that the Foxes are the top of the food chain."
It's very possible. I mean, who are above me? Let's see, Alex, Nelson. I feel like I could beat them.
And your mom, she continues eating a bit of her food, but she smiles and kind of is choking back a little bit of tears. She's like, "Oh, Gretchen, sweetie, you're doing so wonderfully at this. I knew that you would come into your own with your powers. Lillian, I'm so sorry. I knew you would come into understanding your powers more and growing into them. And how has that been?"
Well, I mean, actually, cool thing. We have our teacher's Nightwalker. I never paid attention to the hero stuff. I don't know if I don't even remember if he's a very well-known hero.
It seems like these two don't really recognize the name.
He's a hero is the point. He's pretty cool. He's like not very talkative. But he told me, because I started at like the bottom, basically like bottom 3 or something, I think around there. And so I've really worked my way up. And last evaluation he was talking to me, he told me, a lot of the stuff that's been making me go up is like not even to do with my powers, really. It's kind of just I've been very smart and like good at just kind of knowing what to do.
Oh, that's wonderful. That really is. I'm so proud of you, Lillian.
And she smiles very, seemingly very, she's enthusiastic about how well you're doing. And your dad as well, just sort of like, sitting back with his arms crossed, nodding like, "Yeah, that's right. That's my girl."
So yeah, it's it's kind of, who cares about the powers,
Well, yes, I am very proud of you for both coming to terms with them and using them well, but also working in spite of them. It is very impressive, and I am very proud of you. But you do need to be mindful of them. It is very, very important that you stay in touch with these powers so you can better understand them.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's not like I can't be mindful of them, Mom. They don't leave, so they're always in the mind.
Well, yes, but it is something that you should make an effort to not ignore, is all I'm saying.
Well, sure.
And she, after saying that, you can tell there's something kind of weird with how she said that, because this is an idea that she has said to you before,
Mhm.
but she seems a bit off when she says it. And I want you to roll to, once again, let's pierce the mask.
Oh god. Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell that something is off with her, but you can't really tell what.
Are
And
you, are you? I mean, like, how have the powers been for you? You've been.
oh, they've been working well. It's been fine. Um, it's just I'm just worried, is all. And
For me?
yes, I am.
Well, I mean, that's I yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm in a significantly worse situation as far as the powers go than you. Not that it's a contest, but
And
I mean, I'm doing my best to figure out how to fix it, I guess.
and as you say this and sort of look up while you're speaking, you kind of catch that she glances over to your dad for a minute and makes eye contact with him before looking back to you. And when you finish what you're saying, you guys are kind of getting towards the end of dinner. Your dad sort of stands up and says, "Well, I'm going to take the dishes. Sweetie, if you could come help me." And your mom stands up and he says, "You two, please feel free to make yourselves at home. And we'll try to do something fun tonight. And if it gets too late, then tomorrow night we'll have a fun night on the town."
Okay. Sounds good.
And your mother just, takes her plate and quickly walks out of the room. And your father takes your 3 plates and follows her.
That was weird, right?
That felt a little weird. Yeah.
She doesn't look sick. What's
I mean, I don't know. I'm sorry.
it's you don't have to apologize. It's not your job to psychoanalyze my mom. That's mine.
Yeah, sorry. Should well, what now?
Well, I want to go snoop in my mom's shit, but I also want to go see if I can. What was that about? Are they talking about something in there?
I don't know.
Whatever. Fuck it. We have a whole break to snoop in my mom's stuff. I'm gonna go see if I can listen to them.
Okay, should I come or should I? Do you want me to just hang back?
You just hang back.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll do that.
And she kind of just, she's like,
I'll go to your room and I'll figure out a movie to watch or something.
Yeah, sure.
Good luck.
Thank you. I will try my best to eavesdrop on my parents.
and she goes to head up to your room.
Lily will, you know, attempt to quietly move through the dining room over to the kitchen where they'd be washing, dishes. Try to linger in the door.
Mm-hmm. And when you get over there, of course, you look through the doorway and you see them washing dishes.
She, would stand around the other side of the doorway. She's just trying to listen.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, you kind of hang in and you get the beginnings of what they're sort of saying. Obviously, it's a little hard to hear them over the running water, as they're like rinsing off plates and wiping them and then putting them in the dishwasher. I think that we should tell her. I think it's too soon to say. I think that she deserves to know.
I don't want to worry her. I mean, I was so worried, and like, and I don't know. I mean, what if what the doctor said was wrong? Honey, please. I know. Maybe I can look through my papers again. Even if I'm supposed to tell her, how am I supposed to tell her? We will find a way. How do you tell your daughter this? I'm sorry, I think I need to go take a full bath or something.
I will take care of the rest of this.
Thank you.
He gives a silent nod and just kisses her on the head, and she goes to exit the kitchen from another entryway.
I think Lily would step out into the doorway of the kitchen.
Okay. And when you do that, of course, she stops and they both look over to you, and she immediately puts on a smile and says, "Oh, great, Lillian. Is there something
Tell
you
me
needed?"
what? What did the doctor say?
She immediately goes a bit pale and frowns.
Lillian, we don't snoop in this household.
Well, you're the one who sent me over to a hero school. It's one of the skills they've taught me.
She looks over to your dad, and he kind of tugs on his collar a bit, not really knowing what to say.
This is...
I can figure out.
Yeah, yes, I know. Here, let's... Is your friend Olivia in the dining room still?
She's in my room.
Good. Let's take a seat.
They'll both move out into the dining room with you and guide you to take a seat at the table, or at least at some chairs that they kind of pull together so you guys can talk in private.
So, I've been feeling off lately, so your father thought it would be a good idea if I took an extra care visit, which I didn't think I needed at first, but I decided to, and
Kind of thinks for a moment and puts her head in her hands, and your father puts his hand on her shoulder and just says, "Lillian, your mother has been diagnosed with cancer. I am sorry we did not tell you sooner. We were hoping that maybe it was, but it is.
How Lily looks up specifically to her mom. Is this how it happens?
It takes many forms, and it's happened before, yes. It's
Okay.
not the same all the time, but
It's not gonna happen.
I don't follow.
I said at dinner, I'm learning about this shit, okay? Because there's a kid in my class who has a book, and I described them to him, and he knew what they were. They're Dey'ja. It's I know what they are. I'm learning what they are, and I'm learning how to stop them.
Yes, the dark specters. Sweetie, you might be misinterpreting.
No, I mean, you said it comes in many forms, so if I stop them, it stops in many forms too. That tracks for me.
Your mother just tries to say something, but choked up, she just kind of tries to stop herself from just crying and looks away from you.
I mean, I'm not missing something, am I? This sounds pretty simple to me. They are going to kill you, and I'm going to stop them.
Lillian, the dark specters. They
just call them the Dey'ja. Let's just use their name.
The Dey'ja. They take those that are meant to die, and they bend fate to make those deaths that need to happen. This
You just think I can't do it.
It's not that. It's, sweetie, this is the curse has taken many forms, like I said. Some forms are bad fortune that bring a life to an end. Some are disease or sickness, but they do not bring it to you and are not capable of taking it away.
I disagree.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And she gets up and just leaves the room.
I mean, you can't just, we can stop it. If you just have the mentality that you can't, then yeah, you can.
I will try to calm her down. I'm also sorry that we had to tell you like this.
Well, thank you for at least wanting to tell me.
Please be gentle with her. She only wished, well, not that you need it, but she didn't want to hurt you. That information. She wanted to see if she could find a way to fix it before it became a problem, but it does not seem possible.
It's possible.
He just ruffles your hair and says, "By God, I hope it is."
I think Lily would get up now and would march. I think probably just to her mom's study because they went. Well, I guess where did they go actually?
They just went somewhere off into a farther corner of the house in order to speak, probably to their rooms.
Okay, then Lily would go to the study now, since it seems like she has a chance, and now she is more than ever wanting to do that.
Okay. Then we will move to the study.
Oh, this is a map. I thought you were just gonna move me to a different corner of the, of the city.
I had to have a map for the fun study.
Yeah.
So yeah, you end up marching your way through the house.
You
And,
text Olivia to be like, change of plans.
Mhm.
Meet me in the hallway or something.
Okay. You end up making your way there. Do you wait for Olivia before you go in?
Sure.
Okay, then Olivia will rush down to your side and just, what was it? What is something? Is everything okay?
It's gonna be fine. Just help me look for shit.
Okay, sure. And you will.
Yeah, Lily and
Yes.
Olivia would search for literally anything that is like, like journal of a past ancestor, anything that says the word Dey'ja, any sort of information about the dark specters, I guess, since now she knows that's what her mom calls them.
Mhm.
Just anything they would have.
Yeah. So obviously, trying to snoop around in here. And actually, as with Lily's history, do you think your mom would have taken you in here before? Do you think this is an area she would have kept you out of? What are your thoughts about Lily's mindset as she's coming in here?
I feel like Lily's mom would have brought her in here.
Mm-hmm.
I just think Lily would not have wanted to be in here.
Okay.
So I think she's, familiar with the room, but she's not as familiar as she wants to be in this moment. And she's like, it sucked, but God, I wish I'd paid attention, I guess.
Mm-hmm. You know that there are definitely, like, things that she would chat your ear off about, but also things she was kind of keeping you away from, and now there's just a blur. And of course, as you step in, this room is clogged with clutter. There's dust settling in some areas of the room that look like they haven't been touched in years, but other areas that are like immaculately taken care of, and old trinkets and crystals are scattered all over the place. So, let's have you roll to assess the situation.
Come on, dice. No.
Yeah, you're looking around the room in here, and as you're digging through everything, it's so hard to find your way through all of this junk. There's just so much in here. But you feel a heavy presence in this room, and you know why that would be. So, you know that you have more than just one pair of eyes that can search this room.
Yeah, I was about to ask if I could make my ghosts do it, because I did that in the library to make them find a book.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like it tracks that Lily would be like, yeah, they did it once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead and do it.
Is that freak? Or is that superior?
That will still be superior.
Okay. Yo, a hit! And if that's doing listen up spirits, I would have to make them do one of the things.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna mark hopeless.
Okay.
Because I think mostly from the conversation with her mom.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Then yeah, as your spirits scatter through the room, what is your command to them?
I guess the command would just be like find anything. Oh wait, hey, I have a fun idea. Find the oldest thing, because they're ghosts. I don't know. They can feel energy. They like fucking what is it called when you like divine, like learn a history of an object by touching it? What's that shit called?
That's a good question, but divining
You know what I'm talking
yeah.
about, though.
Yeah,
like that sort of mystic occultism like practice and shit. I feel like they could probably just feel the energy of an old item, an item that has a lot of history.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, and as they're flying around the room, it seems like they bring a few things back to you. It definitely seems like there are a few records and diaries kept, some of which are extremely old, and some of them look just a bit worn. But they each bring something different from a different part of the room. And yeah, you have a lot to look at. So what do you think in the pile would catch your eye first?
If there's a diary, I think diary for sure first.
Okay. The first thing that you pull out and note is your mother's diary, which is the youngest looking thing here, but it's still quite worn. And it shows, as you're sort of flipping through it, years of research into this. You might actually be a little surprised to look at the fact that it seems like she was just as into researching this as you're starting to get into, with, contacting whoever she can. And there are notes in here contemplating if a temporary death or finding some way to gain immortality may avoid the curse. But sadly, as you flip through more and more pages, the tone of the journals keep getting more and more hopeless, with the end of the diary, some of the latest entries noting that your mother has lost hope of ending the curse. And she notes a dark fear, a fear of a future where her daughter is taken before she is. However, entries after that show that she is now confident that that will not happen. And you know why this is.
I think Lily gets annoyed at that and would just toss that diary back into the pile, like, angrily.
Mm-hmm.
And then would look, is that like the only diary?
It seems like there are some notes from, like, older family members.
Okay, then she would go for that next.
Okay. Yeah, most of your family members, of course, have had the power to see, hear, or communicate with the spirits. And specifically, you know that your mother is the greatest medium yet. She has communicative abilities that even you don't have, at least on, average. She is very good at defining and able to fully understand and commune with spirits where you maybe haven't, held that connection open as much. However, the notes that differentiate between, you and your family members, obviously you are able to embody spirits, draw on their spiritual power, which is a new development in the bloodline. And so you start sort of flipping through little notes and journal entries from old family members, which have sort of been, it's not like they're all individual diaries, it's more like they're all being kept in one place, for timeliness sake. And you know that from a sort of almost ledger that your mom or whoever before her was keeping, that as the list has so many marked out names, you and your mom are the only remaining family members on her side of the family with these powers. And by extension, it seems that your mother has taken notes on what she's observed of your powers, kind of understanding them by feeling them, by feeling what you're capable of. You know, of course, that you can draw on the powers of the spirits in your body, whether it's just their energy and vitality or whatever powers they might have had in life, can allow them to communicate through you. But there are some notes in here that are about you that note that your visions of the future, which you maybe have mentioned sort of before, in early days of like them starting to happen to you, they seem to be different. Something about the mutation of the curse, she theorizes, might allow you to sort of pierce the veil. She assumes that this power comes from a connection with the Dey'ja that allows you to sort of see through their eyes to observe fate, which she notes is, again, new to the family line.
As Lily's reading that, I think she also has the realization, oh yeah, my mom, they don't even know that I can do the infinite powers stuff, so obviously, since that's something she developed while at school. But she also, you said there's a list of names, from the family, people in the family. Could Lily use that to trace back who was the first?
Yes.
Okay.
As you trace back, it seems like the ledger just goes in chronological order, and you trace up to the top to find patient 0, who was also named Gretchen. It seems that the name has been passed down the family tree, given to the granddaughter of patient 0, and the granddaughter next, and eventually to your grandmother, who gave it to you.
Lily crinkles up her nose at that. Yeah, glad to know this name's been haunting the family just as much as the curse.
Maybe there was some positive intention with keeping it in the family, or do you think they had to do it?
I don't know if this is what you mean. If the Dey'ja commanded that I was named Gretchen, I'm gonna. I mean, I'm already wanting to beat them up on account of everything they're doing. I'm going to add that to the list of things I hate them for.
I mean, it might not be the case, but I mean, I don't know. I've heard of like in horror movies and stuff where it's like the person who's being chased by the monster is being chased because they have the same name as the one who died or the one who caused the death or something. But that might just be ridiculous. That might just be silly.
I mean, I'm cursed to see spirits. It's all silly and ridiculous.
I guess so.
Okay, well, she can have the name. Let's keep that in mind. OG was Gretchen.
Mm-hmm. And it seems like there's definitely still more in the pile based on, whatever it is you're looking to see.
Okay, so Lily's mom is, crystal ball. She, channels the spirits from afar to, communicate with them.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Could Lily find any sort of notes or the instruction manual, the fucking beginner's guide of, learning that?
Yeah, there's
anything to try to teach herself how to do that.
Mm-hmm. There are definitely notes from when she harnessed her power, because obviously, from the start of you having your powers to now, it seems like they have sort of molded based on how you've been able to use them and practice them. And so you definitely think that with time and practice, you'd be capable of doing the same sort of stuff. And you do eventually find notes from when she was teaching herself how to do it, and the do's and don'ts and certain rules and whatnot.
Okay. Lily would just pocket those basically.
Okay.
What else? What else do I need? Is there anything from OG Gretchen about contacting the Dey'ja?
There are some notes that were recorded, seemingly a little bit after what occurred, and these notes do denote the original deal. In quotes, it says that the original deal was to grant the power of the dead in exchange for life. That was the original deal that ended up being finalized. Of course, then your great however many grandmother, your patient zero as it were, was gifted with immense dark powers, which descriptions of them are kind of a little bit vague because of how far long ago it was, but based on the descriptions of them, they sound more similar to your own than you initially might have realized they could have been. It describes the ability to call upon an infinite number of magics, and in exchange, her bloodline was cursed with tragedy and eventual extinction. Descendants would gain similar powers through a natural-born inclination for them, just due to the curse, and every other generation had this subtle sort of spike in their connection to these abilities. And along with each spike in power, the persistence of the family tree, the curses got worse and worse in an attempt to sort of balance things out. Hence why your family dies younger and younger with each generation. It is theorized by your mother in some notes that the deal will be complete when your lives are given and all living members of the bloodline are gone.
Okay. Okay. I feel like, hang on. I had one more thing in my mind that I thought of, and then was like, all right, keep that in mind while we listen to Ethan. And then I forgot it. Oh yeah. Okay, because I keep saying it. Does Lily's mom actually use a crystal ball? What does she use to channel these spirits?
It seems like there are different ways to do it, but she definitely seems to use crystals to channel the spirits, and getting herself a crystal ball was sort of the easiest medium, but it seems that she can also use different types of crystals for it, and they will have different effects based on some of her notes that she's written down.
Okay. So she wouldn't... Could Lily just grab a crystal from the room that she thinks she just to have one on hand.
Yeah, what kind of crystal do you want to grab?
Oh
There are many.
god. What's the? I mean, I don't know crystals.
Mm-hmm.
Me, real human Dey'ja.
Mm-hmm.
What's like the biggest crystal there?
There's like one that looks like a tiny, like a sort of hand-sized obelisk of just plain quartz.
Okay. Yeah, if that's the biggest one, she'll take that, because I think in her mind she'd just be like, biggest better, I guess.
Okay. And of course, you can also note all the things you're adding to your inventory in your character handout.
I haven't been doing that at all.
Just good to keep in mind. Now you're getting a lot of really specific stuff. You got notes for mediumship, and you got this obelisk of quartz.
I just said quotes. I don't think that's how you spell obelisk at all. There it is. Okay. Trying to rerun through my mind if there's anything I think I'm forgetting. So nothing on how to contact them, just notes on what the original contact was about.
Yeah, just notes on what the original contact was about. It seems that how contact was made was lost to time, sadly. It was something that the original did not keep notes on.
Stupid OG Gretchen. Is there a picture of OG Gretchen anywhere?
There are some family portraits, yes.
Okay, then she would take, if she could, find one that's small enough that she could take, like some old, not Polaroid, I guess, but whatever.
Mm-hmm.
She would try to take an old picture of Gretchen.
Okay. And you would find some. Was the family always here in Terminal City / what was it before? Well, before it was New York.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and it seems like recent generations kind of lived around here, but that is a very recent development. You all sort of moved out here in an attempt to find work, and were thankfully able to settle down. But
could I find out where Gretchen was?
Well, it definitely seems like there were a lot of family members around Salem, but it seems like they were kind of scattered all over the place. It is hard to pin down where the original had lived.
Well, if all else fails and we need to get closer to the spirit, we can have a road trip to Salem. I think that might be it.
As one final note, there are some more records, about some of the stuff from your ancestors that are less about the specifics of the family and more about the specifics of like the curses mechanics that have been documented.
Okay. Yeah, if I'm missing anything big, it's probably because my brain is trying too hard to focus on what you've already told me. So if there is something obvious that you think I need to ask, I'm fine with being told.
Of course. So yeah, from what you're reading in all of these various notes and so many different handwriting styles, the curse generally seems to take on a lot of different forms, like your mom mentioned. Some of the family members have witnessed bad luck, where terrible things will just happen to them and eventually will end their life. Some of them can, contract terminal illnesses, and more. There are just various ways and forms that it takes, but whatever form the curse takes, deaths are always natural causes. Even within the family members that know the ins and outs of the curse, there are no records of being killed, even by spirits, unless it was in a freak accident.
Okay. Well, Lily will read the first part out loud and X the last part of it, unless it was a freak accident, to be, to try to make Olivia feel better. Since that was something she was freaking out about, in the past.
Olivia kind of, it doesn't make her feel that much better, but it makes her feel a little better to know you're not going to be, like, murdered. But it's definitely still like okay, so it's just like, it's almost scarier in a way, because it's more unpredictable, but, you know, Olivia still takes the solace that she can from that.
Yeah. Okay, well. I think that's it then.
Okay. Yeah, after parsing through all of that information and digging through various files and journals and whatnot, you're just left to think about what you've read and what you've learned and some of the things that you've picked up and are deciding to take with you from your mom's study here. And Olivia just looks around a bit and then looks to you and asks, "You're okay, right?"
Yeah, I'm fine. Why?
Just... it's heavy.
What, the obelisk?
No, I just mean all of this. I just wanted to make sure that you're fine.
I'm gonna be fine. This
Okay.
is scary. Because, yeah, I'm, looking at shit, talking about how every member of my family on this side has, died at rapidly younger rates. That's scary. But I'm going to be fine. Because I'm gonna beat their ass.
Yeah, and I'll help if I can. I know you can. I know you can beat it. I know you can.
I can.
She nods.
Lily's just looking very intently, at just what she has gathered. I guess just kind of staring at the obelisk, thinking. Alright, you want to go watch a movie?
Maybe we could take a walk first to unwind, and then a
Sure.
movie. By the way,
Probably let me, stash this in my room.
oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea. How often is your mom even in here? Will she notice that stuff is gone?
You know what, that's a good point. I mean, it's where she works, so she's in here rather often, but, I don't know how watchful her eyes are. She always notices when I do things wrong, but I don't know if she'll notice that we've moved stuff around. But regardless, Lily will turn and open a portal to the,
Your sanctuary? Mm-hmm.
She'll just be like, alright, let's go through here.
Oh,
Take a walk.
okay. And she kind of, peps up. She's like, "Oh, I've been there before. This is the fun little, this is the fun little place that she takes me sometimes."
The
And
graveyard.
yeah, she just thinks it's nice because you've made one of the little spots your own. Yeah, she'll walk through with you, and you guys end up walking through to the graveyard, and yeah, you're capable of. I don't know if there's anything specific that you want to talk with Olivia about once there, or if you just want to
Lily
go
would
on a
just
walk.
put she's going there because she realized, yeah, if my mom does notice, she could just be like, hey, give me back my things.
Mhm.
So she's going to put her things in the sanctuary
Okay.
so that her mom cannot find them even if she realizes they're gone.
Okay. Yeah, then you stash away all your stuff at the sanctuary and are able to, take a good old walk with Olivia through the graveyard.
And I guess I would have one thing while they're, having a walk clear in their heads.
Mhm.
Actually, I have a question first.
Okay.
During the funny midterm second where we all fought in a fucking warehouse,
Mhm.
we all watched it. Was there audio with the streams or was it just video?
There was audio.
Okay, then yeah, I think Lily would have something to say as they're, a while after, as they're just walking,
Mhm.
during the night or some shit. I don't know if you wanted to change map to.
Yeah, I'm getting us the map here. Let me think real quick. Yeah, this is good. I made something, and I'm now very glad that I have it. Let me get this ready for us.
Me when I make a sandwich and then after I eat it and have a full stomach.
Okay. go through the portal, and you'll make your way to the Grand Graveyard.
Hey.
Yeah, you guys are able. You guys are able to walk around a very large memorial site that is near the city graveyard. You're able to make your way around here as you're walking about late in the evening.
I think when Lily is walking with Olivia and when she realizes, oh, we walked near this, I think a part of her is like, ugh, because it's a memorial.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like there'd be spirits here being sad. She's like, this sucks. I hate going towards memorials.
Mm-hmm.
They're the saddest places, but whatever.
Yeah, it is definitely, there is an overwhelming feeling of mourning here.
But as they're walking, long enough for the immediacy of the snooping around in her mom's room to be like faded,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just kind of hanging out. Lily would at some point be like, "Hey, by the way, I wanted to bring something up real quick."
Oh.
I've said it before, and it's not a surprise at this point. You're my best friend.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to, real quick, because he said something that's been kind of like sticking on my mind, which was during your fight with Joe.
Oh, yeah.
You said, and I'm gonna laugh a bit because it's just cheesy, but you did yell out loud, "I want to make Lily proud," and then blew up the roof.
Yeah, I was really in the moment.
Yeah, no, I mean, I get it. I screamed, "I'm the wretch," like 5 times, which is, in hindsight, stupid. But, I guess I was just wanting to say, like, you don't have to, like, don't let that be a thing. You don't have to focus on that,
She kind of looks down.
You are. You're my best friend too, and you're one of the only people that really that I trust, that seems like they see something in me that I don't see. And you're so great. You're so strong and smart and pretty, and
all right.
I want to. I kind of want to be like you.
I mean, that's flattering. I mean, really, that. I'm not saying you don't focus on that because you shouldn't care. I mean, I appreciate that you care about my opinion. That makes sense. We're besties, I get it. I'm just saying, like I am,
You are.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to go to school, I mean, especially, I mean, any time, but especially our school, because again, it sucks. It's not easy, and I mean, it's not easy for me, but that's just because I was, happier somewhere else. So it sucks that I have to be here. I know it's harder for you because you're going to a school where you're training to be a hero, and the power that you're using physically hurts you to use. It's honestly a wonder that you show up, because I can't imagine if I was in your situation that I would have the strength to want to do anything. I don't think I would roll out of bed. Like, I'm not trying to remind you of things that make you upset or about your situation. I'm just saying, when I see you walk in the morning, I go, she's strong as hell for doing that, and that's sick. And I'm glad every time you do, because it's nice to see you. So you don't have to worry about making me proud, because you do that just by showing up every day.
You hear her kind of, choking back tears a little bit. And
She reaches out, she pulls her in for like a side hug as they're walking.
Thanks. You're so inspiring. I mean, my situation isn't good, but your situation also isn't very good, and you still persist too.
Because I'm stubborn.
I didn't really like rolling out of bed before. I destroy everything I touch, and there are some things that I can't get back. And I thought it'd be better if... But they couldn't go through that. And they brought me here, and they brought me to the school, and I didn't know if it would help. All I know is that the suit keeps other people safe from me. And they were all afraid to touch me. So, thanks.
I think Lily stops walking and would go to pull her into her full hug.
she tenses up a little bit and then again tentatively moves to hug you in turn. And for a second, it's like a soft sort of like, hugging you because you're hugging her, but after a moment, she just squeezes you very, very, very tight.
Do you, I know we still got like a month or some shit. You want your Christmas gift now?
I don't, I mean, it,
It seems like she doesn't really know what to say to that.
I mean, because I can give it to you now. It's, this seems like a nice enough time for it. Walk back home. I feel like this will probably be, about as good as it gets.
yeah, sure, I mean, yes, I don't have your gift on hand.
Yeah, you don't have to give me a gift.
I mean, I wanted...
I know, we're friends, so you'll probably still give me something. I'm just saying you don't have to. Like, you saw the size of my house. My dad's gonna give me... I could ask for a pony, and that man would show up with two. I'm fine, is my point.
I did bring something for you. It's just at the house.
I mean, that's sweet. And I mean, we can wait for Christmas. It's just, I think this might be the best time to give mine.
Okay. I mean, yeah. I like gifts.
Okay. She takes a step back. Take one of your gloves off.
Okay. Are you sure?
Trust me.
Okay.
She goes to have her glove sort of unravel itself, and she keeps her her hand sort of close to her chest.
Okay.
I mean, this isn't... I hope this comes across as a nice gesture and not something weird. And, obviously I can't do this. This is a Christmas thing. You know what I mean? And not every day can be Christmas, even though today isn't Christmas. Anyway, she'll reach out and, like, grab Olivia's shoulder, and I'm going to use infinite powers to do power suppression.
Okay, and it does work.
And that does fill my doom box.
But you're also making a very important and impactful connection with another human being.
This is true, but I mean, would it would removing one act fast enough to prevent me from fully filling it up?
I don't think so, but you know, it's the thought that counts.
So I have filled it up once.
Yeah, you pull from the dark powers, and yeah, she kind of like is looking at you and is like,
Does it feel different?
feel, and you know, she kind of like moves her fingers around. She's like, what did you do?
She'll reach out with her hand, just like we can like hold hands while we walk back.
What do you mean?
I mean, you know, I took Gabe's powers away. Remember that? Or no, you weren't there. That's right. That was on the beach. I mean, you know, I can do a whole bunch of shit, and one of those things is like power negation. And when it worked on Gabe, I had the thought, you know, I don't know if I hoped it could work on you, but obviously, you know, I can't do it all the time because it's, you know, not good for me to do it all the time. But I'm fine with doing it here this once, because I, you know, what's the point of the powers if I don't use them? And if I never did this and then I lost my chance, I mean, I've been thinking about that a lot. When I lose my powers, because I'm going to get rid of them, I'll have felt pretty shit if I didn't do this at least once.
Do you grab her hand?
Yeah.
You grab her hand and you feel a jolt run through her body, like of shock.
And she will not grab hard because I know her hands are scarred, so I assume it might still hurt. But you know, she is trying to be gentle.
And yeah, you grip her hand and she has a jolt, and then she just looks at you holding her hand, almost like she, you know, panicked for a second. But then she just keeps looking at you guys, your hands together. You can feel her start trembling as she just falls to her knees.
Bro, is it hurting?
No, I I'm sorry. And you can hear that she's just like starting to sob and cough a little bit behind the mask.
She'll pat her back.
And she just says, I'm sorry, I need to. And you see her move her hands back up to unfasten the back of her mask.
Oh.
And she takes off her mask, and her suit is obviously still on, but she just sighs a breath of fresh air, and is breathing a little fast. Just looks at her hand again, and squeezes your hand before slowly and shakily standing back up. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
No, I get it. It's a big thing.
Doesn't this hurt you?
What? No, I mean, you're not hurt. I took away your powers. You're not hurting.
The taking away my powers, doesn't that...
Oh, yeah. That's why I'm saying it's a Christmas thing. Don't even sweat it. I'm 100% fine with doing this. I'm, in fact, more than fine. I really, really, really wanted to do this.
And you can see for the first time her teary eye as she just grips your hand and moves close to hug you. And you can feel as she's hugging you, her cheek pressing against yours, which is a new feeling because she always has the mask. She's always completely disconnected. And of course, the scarred tissue from her hand and her face is a bit coarse, but she trembles and just says, Thank you. I know it's only for now, but thank you. It's been so long.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, girl. I know. I'm happy to do it. And look, as much as I want to, sit here, hug you, it's a limited time deal, and I want to enjoy this walk. And if we get home fast enough, I could probably paint your nails on at least one of your hands.
I would love that.
So come on, let's speed walk.
Okay. And you can also see for the first time her sweet little smile as she holds your hand and prepares for the walk back.
Lily will enjoy the time as they walk back.
Mm-hmm. And you can feel that you have a little bit of time towards the start where you can let go of her hand for a bit and hold it again, but you feel as though that as long as you keep physical contact with her, if you keep holding her hand or keep your hand on her shoulder or whatever, it will last until you break contact later tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lily probably doesn't share that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess she would.
You maybe like share it when it's like about time.
Yeah, she doesn't want to put that idea in Olivia's head to even think about the fact that it will end.
Mm-hmm. You just know, like, okay, these are the bounds I'm working in. I can work with this, and it'll be safe. And yeah, you guys speed walk back, and your parents, having calmed down a bit from the conversation, but you guys are kind of keeping that conversation for a rainy day now, kind of keeping on the back burner. But they see Olivia's face. They dote on her as much as they can. You're able to paint her nails, and she definitely makes the comment that she is going to try to keep them this way as long as she possibly can.
Yeah, I don't know if I don't know how your powers work. I don't know if once once it goes back, if they're gonna like burn off the nail polish, or maybe if once the powers come back, maybe they'll keep what the state it is in as the state is in it's in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I figure, at least for as long until you need to use your powers again or anything. Once you put your gloves on, it's sort of like a oh, what's that cat called? You know what I mean? Chekhov's cat, Schrodinger's cat. Yeah. If we just don't look at it, your nails are painted.
I like that.
Plus, real quick, I at least got to get one selfie with us.
Yeah, I'm sorry I look like this. I didn't think I'd
What, look great?
Thank you.
She'll get a selfie with the girls with their painted nails.
She is ecstatic. And yeah, the night draws to a close. You're dwelling on a lot of heavy information, but you have a friend with you, a friend that you're supporting, who is supporting you, and you try to spend the rest of your break relaxing. And you even have opportunities to, you find parties to go to, you can hang out with friends, and you make the most of every day. And a few weeks later, we follow someone else contemplating death in the family, this very same memorial site. It's a bitterly cold evening. Alex walks with her mom through Terminal City's memorial site, close to the graveyard, where many more graves are kept and many structures honor fallen heroes. Let me introduce you guys to Alex's mom real quick. Right now, you stand before the memorial honoring Captain Gravity, who I will also share with you all. Captain Gravity in his prime. The plaque on his memorial reads as follows. Here lies Sylvester Fisher,
known to the world as Captain Gravity. He was a heroic force with the weight of the world on his shoulders, a loving father, friend, and hero to many. To protect Terminal City from a catastrophic meteor impact, he sacrificed his life to keep it at bay. His immense power, too good for this world, collapsed inward and consumed him in a singularity. When he vanished along with the meteor, the empty sky left us with empty hearts. He will forever be remembered as a hero, a saint, and a martyr. The memorial is profoundly ornate, and the words weigh heavily on you. Your mother sobs silently to herself, remembering that day. It happened when you were very young, but it was a day you will never forget. How does Alex respond to these memories?
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard time expressing herself. She doesn't feel able to like fully let the tears flow like her mom is. So she just kind of stands in front of the grave. She reflects on the few memories she did have with her grandfather. Just kind of stands there in solidarity with her mom for the moment.
Mm-hmm. And you know that there is, sadly, a lot for you to see in the grave sites of Terminal City. But after taking some moments thinking on your grandfather, you can sort of tell that your mother is not quite ready to leave his memorial, and needs some time here.
You can take as long as you need. I think I'm going to go visit Dad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sweetie.
Alex nods and walks away.
And yeah, you do, from knowing the path well, eventually find your way to another gravesite. In the middle of an open patch, all alone, you find a small, simple grave. Here lies Juan Cruz, beloved father and husband. Below that is a simple quote he had prepared for his grave. I love you with all my heart. Your world is all that matters to me. You remember the day he died, the accident at the bank. Gunshots were let loose, your powers awakened. It was a few years after Captain Gravity died, an unexpected tragedy in the family. Ever since, things have been tense between your mother and father's sides of the family. What is Alex thinking about this event?
She's thinking about it. She wasn't sure she would ever want to try to be a hero. Coming from, her grandpa, what happened to him, the experience with her dad as a kid. For a long time, she didn't think the occupation of hero was worth it, didn't think her powers were anything other than a curse. But she was willing to kind of give it a try and hope that she could do some good in the world. And there's definitely some mishaps, but she made it through first semester learning to be a hero. So it's kind of a bittersweet moment.
Mm-hmm. And of course, as you're pondering all of this, the cold wind is cutting by you, and snow is piling up. And if you part the snow a little bit, you can see that the remains of what flowers you all left last time have been buried under the snow and wilted with time.
She kneels down and kind of tries to stand the flowers back up, make it a little prettier again.
Yeah, after you spend a little bit of time just in thought, in mourning, eventually the crunching of the snow is sound behind you, or the crunching of the snow is heard behind you, and your mother ends up coming over to the grave next to you. And just standing there, watching the grave for a moment.
Are you feeling all right, sweetie?
I think so. Um, what I'm doing, do you think this is what Dad would have wanted for me?
She thinks on that for a second. Papa wouldn't have wanted you to get hurt, but I believe it is the right thing.
He gets a little choked up at that.
Your grandpappy, his power was a gift. He used it as a gift. Your power is a gift too. But she kind of smiles sadly. Gifts have a cost.
Definitely doesn't always feel like a gift.
Sweetie, I know. But they both live in you. They both continue in you. And they were both so proud. They would be so proud of you now. I know they would be, and I know I am. I'm hard on you sometimes, but you're doing a good thing.
He just goes in for a hug.
Your mother hugs you. I wish we were able to bring some flowers, but they wouldn't last long in this snow. We can bring some, maybe towards the end of break when it gets a little sunnier.
Something for Christmas.
Yes, we'll bring something for Christmas. Do you need more time?
Just a moment.
She nods. And she goes forward to kind of brush the snow off of the grave, and you can tell that, she always does this very, very meticulously, keeping her husband's grave clean. The memorial is big enough and well kept enough that, nobody really has to worry about it, but this grave gets battered by the weather and is going to be alone until the inevitable. So she keeps it as clean as she can.
Just kind of takes another moment. She kneels in front of the grave, kind of tries to help her mom, keep it presentable. And she just takes a moment to just kind of talk to her dad, and she says, I am so sorry for the way things had to go, and I'd give anything for you to be with me right now, but I swear I'll do everything I can to make you proud. And she kind of just stands up and looks at her mom.
Your mom
Says, I think I'm ready to go.
Your mom is dabbing her eyes, basically crying in response to that, and she nods and puts some her handkerchief away in her purse, stands up. Yes, we'll go by and we'll get something to eat. Are you in the mood for anything in particular tonight?
Something warm.
Warm. Yes. Let's find a good restaurant close to here. I'm sure there are a lot. Your grandpappy had a great sense of this place, but I still cannot make hide or tail of it. Alright, let's make our way to the car.
she will walk you down the snowy path and eventually lead you to the car so that you all can drive down the snowy streets of Terminal City. And as you're driving around with the snow falling on the other side of the window, you know, a little bit of time passes and your mother speaks up and says, "I'm still very proud of you for your accomplishments this semester. Second on your class leaderboard, right?"
Yeah, kind of pulled through the end there. Didn't know that was going to happen.
Well, I'm so proud of you, and I'm sure that you can climb up to the very top in no time. I remember we had our talk about the issues this semester, but you've done so well rebounding from that. That's what life is about. Rebounding when things get rough and just trying your best.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, do you have any stories that you want to share with me? Anything about your friends at school or any potential crushes I may need to know about?
There's nothing like that.
Okay, alright, you know I need to check.
So if there are any developments, I'll be sure to keep you informed.
Absolutely. I would love to be the first to know. But any other stories, fun times you've had with your friends this semester?
It's been fun to get to know some of the people who, you know, aren't from Earth originally. You know, kind of helping them get adjusted to Earth culture. We went out to the mall to watch a movie one day, and you know, it's very entertaining.
Oh,
Some of them.
that's wonderful. You're acting like a little ambassador.
I wouldn't quite go that far.
Well, you have the potential for it. You are quite the people person when you open up. You know, your grandfather, even though he would lock himself away in his dig sites and whatnot, he commonly had to deal with, well, the alien population when they started coming in from outer space and the vast expanses, and he was one of the ones on the forefront, one of the ones talking about peace, making friends. I'm sure that one day you are going to make immeasurable changes to the world, all for the better. You're gonna be an amazing hero. I know you will be.
All I can say is that I hope so. No, I'm not Captain Gravity.
I know. I know. Though I'm sure he would be very proud if you took his hero name, but you are your own hero. You are. Yeah, is there anything else that Alex is thinking as this car drive continues?
Not really, just kind of, you know, cooling down from, you know, the experience at the graveyard and just kind of settling into being at home. Just spend some time with her mom just in the moment.
Of course. And yeah, I mean, you know, you end up making your way home, and you know, at the end of the day, loss is unavoidable. And that's something that Alex has had to grapple with a lot. And we move from one, contemplating the loss of those close to her, to someone contemplating a loss and finding of self.
Star Heights Academy.
And we're back. Jay, you and your father have been traveling on an expansive road trip all throughout winter break. You visited landmarks, tourist traps, concerts, and finally ended up at a destination that you specifically requested, cabin in the woods, to appreciate nature. However, it's horribly cold out. While you can go outside and do as you please, your father can only go for so long in this weather. You watch the snow pile up in a dense blizzard from the window, listening to the crackling pops trapped within the fireplace. Your father sits in a rocking chair by the fire, listening to some smooth music on a small radio. He seems to be putting together a small model car.
Is it warm enough in the house for you?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely warm enough because of the fire, and, got my Snuggie on, so I think
Yeah,
I'm
I
all
was
good.
I was gonna say Jay's like saying that, like holding another blanket up, basically, like from the side of the couch.
But, thank you, Jay, really.
Excuse me, I sneezed. No, yeah, of course. Like, sits down and looks at the car. What kind of car is it? Or what kind of car does it look like it'd be?
Are you asking him, or are you just observing?
Observing.
It just looks like a small, like, race car. Like, it looks like one of those model cars that you would put on, like, a little racetrack and actually race against other little model cars. And he's just sort
Yeah.
of, screwing the little pieces together and painting it over with some fun racing stripes.
Mm-hmm. Do you, is that a part of one of the sets?
Not really. I mean, I'd like to paint it to match the set, but, no, I'm just making it because I had some spare parts around.
Oh. Is
And,
it gonna run by itself?
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna try to make this little sucker fast. And you actually notice that while he's painting it, that the colors that he's painting it kind of match your current new color scheme.
Like, really fast?
Like, really fast. I'm talking first place every time.
And what about, like, the snow? Can it go through snow?
It might get stuck in the snow, but well, these little toys aren't that strong.
Well, we could put
Why?
tread on it.
Yeah.
We could put thicker tread. Like the ones that I have on my wheels.
Yeah, hey, you know what? I think that would help it. There's some thicker tires with some good tread, and he kind of, like, taps his nose and then goes digging through his stuff. I think I've got something from one of the bigger sets here. I might need a different type of screw, though. I'll go check in the van real quick. And he just kind of, he stands up and goes to take off his Snuggie and put on his cap to head out into the snow to go out towards the van to check on some of his materials.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll be back in just a minute, Jay.
Don't get too cold.
I won't. And he heads out and shuts the door.
Jay kind of like looks out these big windows for a second at the snow as he like probably is making his way through the driveway, before turning back to the cabin. And with this cabin, by the way, is this like, this is just like out of character here. This is just like as if we were renting a cabin to stay in. It's not like it's like in the family or anything like
No,
that.
yeah, this is definitely a
Okay,
cabin
good.
you guys are renting for a bit.
I was just making sure it's not like I should be on a vibe of like, oh, there are like pictures of my
Mhm.
dad, or you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so Jay just has like a little moment kind of taking in the surroundings, and kind of has this moment too where like on his side screen he like starts to like look at his like socials, but nothing pulls up.
Mhm.
And then he like looks at the leaderboard that's probably in like a different corner of his little screen.
Mhm.
And just kind of like sighs for a second and like looks at the race car again.
Wish I could be the fastest.
Kind of like gives it a little shove a little bit so it kind of rolls on the table.
Mhm. You can see it's a little wobbly because he had loosened one of the wheels up a little bit in preparation before heading out.
I start to like look in the bin, what the scrap bin that you were mentioning,
Mm-hmm.
with kind of like old parts and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you find a bunch of screws, a bunch of little metal bits, a bunch of little wooden parts that look good for like the bodies of some of the more simple model cars. And just seems like he's got a bunch of stuff in here, almost as if he's like collecting it. But you know, just bits and bobs here and there that he uses to make some of these funny little toys when he can't be working on, you know, actual cars.
Can I use my scientific insight to assess the situation for my universal engineering
Yeah.
thing? Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
All right. Well, you have.
I've got some questions.
Yeah, you've got some questions.
Well, the first thing I want to know is that does it seem like there are enough parts in here for me to like start making this car not just a car but also like a boat or something? I'm looking for either a boat or a plane. Like I'm trying to make this car into like a multi
You definitely think that you could give it some pieces to make it more like aerodynamic, and
Yeah.
you definitely think there's some stuff here that could help it float, but being a good plane or a good boat would require a little, like a different kind of motor. Definitely with the whole, you know, with it being a plane, it would require a little more tech than these have in them.
Okay. Yeah, so I get to ask too.
Mhm.
So then what here can I use to increase the tech of my car thing?
Well,
And then I actually get one more just because I used my scientific thingy. It just gives me an additional question.
mhm. As you're like looking around the cabin, there's a lot of like mundane, everyday items that are like, you know, the TV, you've got like the ceiling fan, you've got like your eyes kind of lock onto everything around the cabin and like scan all of the bits of normal everyday technology, and you analyze like specific pieces in everything around the cabin that you could take that would help, you know, make this thing what it needs to be. You also figure there must be some stuff out in the car that might help.
And then just like as a final thing, it's kind of like a deeper thought.
Mm-hmm.
As Jay is like looking at this car, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and like thinking about their dad as a mechanic and stuff. Has Jay ever seen their dad like work with any of that type of really advanced technology personally besides working on Jay themselves?
No, you have only ever seen him basically play with toys or fix the van. You have never really seen him work on anything super complicated. Even around the school, it seems like he's just tightening things and cleaning things.
Yeah. Kind of ponders that for a second. And then I'm Jay's really debating like, is there like, because I'm not, he's okay, they're not on the level where they're gonna take apart the TV because we're like renting this place,
Mhm.
you know? But does it seem like there's even just like for the aerodynamic thing, like a couple of pieces in the bin, and then like an old radio or something like that that I could use like the spare chips and stuff for, like make it just like make noises as it moves around then?
If you're like wandering around the place, you might be able to find like a little storage area where a bunch of old like antique stuff is kept, but the pieces from that, the pieces from those don't really seem like they'd help too much.
Yeah.
You know that from his radio, you're like, well, like I could take it apart, but probably wouldn't help, and like it's his radio, so I don't want to mess
Yeah,
with that.
not trying to
But-
stop the smooth jazz.
You definitely could set up pieces that would at least, you know, help with the aerodynamic nature of making it closer to a plane, though. And you think that there are some extra
Yeah.
tires that are like odd shapes that, you know, are kind of like it's like the one sock in a pair, but they're just like in this box of scraps that if you cut them apart in a certain way, you might be able to make a little flotation device for the car.
Yeah, I think that's what Jay's gonna just kind of start doing then. Like, once all the pieces are put together, they kind of gather them at the table and just kind of start getting to work.
And shortly after you set up and start doing this, the door is like kind of kicked in. You're like, well, and then he backs in with this huge box. Like, okay, I just decided to bring it all. I figured, he kind of kicks the door closed. And we might could
Good.
use all of it. Oh, wow,
Yeah,
you're
I
already getting to
decided-
work.
Yeah, I'm like lifting it up. I decided it should be a plane and a boat as well.
He just looks at it, and he just smiles and chuckles and says, we're gonna make it the best ATV anyone's ever seen.
Oh, I know it. We might have to make it bigger though.
Yeah, we could make it bigger for sure. He'll sit down
Sorry,
next
just
to you.
an immediate cut to the next scene of them like in it, like in the ATV, just like going like wow,
Flying through the air.
yeah, like in the snow.
Yeah, he
Oh.
he starts working on it with you and sets his box of stuff on the table, and he doesn't like take it from you. He was originally working on it, but now that you seem like super intent on tinkering with it, he lets you lead and will get you whatever pieces you're looking for, and make suggestions here and there.
As like it kind of starts coming together more.
Mhm.
Jay just kind of like starts asking questions and was like, was it easy like this? Like whenever you put different pieces together with me.
No. This stuff is well, I mean, you know, just looking at it, I'm sure it's simple stuff. You are, I've always called you my little miracle, and that's partly because, well, I've told you before, I don't fully understand how everything works together, but it does. It all came together pretty miraculously.
Yeah, you and me both for not understanding it.
It's like
Well,
turning the screwdriver.
well, that's okay. Because if you don't understand something, and you keep looking at it, eventually, you'll probably understand it.
Yeah, but that's what Joe did.
I'm not following.
I don't know, it just seems like Joe tried really hard and nothing really paid off for him, you know? He still got me out of it.
Oh, yeah. Well, sometimes...
I checked his rank, he's not even like up there or anything, but it seems like a lot of people expected a lot from him.
I did think to ask about that, but I kind of tossed that aside since... Well... If I can give you any advice about that, putting in effort's really important for getting results, but things don't always go your way, and that's okay. Sometimes things are going to get a little rough, and sometimes I try to build these cars and they don't exactly do what I need them to do, but I just try again, tweak, tinker, and keep working until it works out. And again, life's a little complicated, but, well, you just have to keep trying if you want to get what you want. But if you have to take a break, that's okay too.
Priscilla told me that I shouldn't give a shit what other people think today.
He kind of looks at you for a sec and just sighs a little bit and says, we try not to curse.
Yeah, I was just about to type. Jay drops the curse word, like avoiding eye contact. You know what I mean? Like only looking at the car.
But it's not bad advice. It is good to make sure that at the end of the day, you are guiding who you are and what you're doing, rather than worrying about other people and letting that control you. But it is good to keep it in mind, even if it doesn't control you.
I would like to take a lesson of a superhero should always keep trying.
Okay.
I like where my lessons have come from. I've got one from Echo, one from Priscilla, and one from my bae.
Mm-hmm. Got a good variety of
got-
lessons.
Yeah, and I've got one slot left, and I'm really holding on to that slot now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys are tinkering away on this little ATV, and of course you know mechanics. You could do some very complicated stuff. So this, like, once you kind of dive into it, you're able to make this work, and it takes a little while. You guys might even have to take a break, and your dad eats and tells you some stories and whatnot before you get back to it. But seeing you get so into this, your dad gets super hyped and is just trying to help make this thing awesome as well. And there are some like changes you try to make to it that at first you're like, I don't understand, why isn't this working? And he's kind of has to back you up with the fact that, oh well, it is such a simple piece of technology, such a simple mechanism, we actually have to do this instead. And you get a little bit of a back and forth, or you're kind of getting to learn a little bit from him on a very small scale.
I like the idea too of like Jay getting to have random moments where they kind of teach their dad something, where it's like, see, and now if you connect right here, you have your blinkers, and they turn on.
And now you have turbo drive.
Yeah, yeah, no, exactly. I like the idea of this being a tiny car, and so Jay's just getting way too specific with it though. They're like, wait, but that's not how you actually connect brakes. And it's like, well, Jay, it's a model.
Yeah. It's a simple little thing. And you guys are able to spend a lot of time at the cabin over a good couple of days, and the project is on and off during all of that time. But eventually, towards the end of your time at this cabin, you will be able to finish putting together this little model ATV. And you just describe it for us, like, visually, after it's kind of come together, because we kind of heard how it was, like, starting.
I like the idea of it, like ATV, and it has, like, little lights. It probably has, like, something extra where it's, like, hit the button for party lights, But then I really like the idea of them have gone, like, the extra step so that it's, like, hit the button, the wings pop out, and then you hit this button and it like makes like a as it like fills up with air all around it. You know what I mean? Like it makes a really
flotation
it makes like a
device out.
long like air winded sound as it just fills up with air to float. Yeah.
Which is clearly made from like heavy tread model tires as well.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, you guys, you finish putting it together. He puts in one of the last screws. You put in another.
Pretty impressive for like maybe a couple hours.
Yeah, it was an on-off project over like a few days.
Okay, that's still good.
But after the end of the project, after it comes together, he takes off his cap, having put it on. Just you guys just came back in and finished this, and he kind of fans himself with his cap, and he's like, "All right, I think they're done. What do you think, Jay? Anything else?"
Oh, yeah, actually, Jay like has a second where they like run to their like little bag, and then they come out and they're like, watch this, and they take a little like putty rock and basically use it to make almost like a gem type thing kind of at the top of it. It can be anything.
Oh, wow. Well, what do you want it to be?
I think at the top we could make it like they start like moving it as they talk. Maybe like a flag or something, and it kind of like droops a little bit, but it's there.
Let's hold on. Stretch it out a little bit more, make it a bit wider. And, hold on. A piece from one of my old radios. Here it is. An old, it might be a little dirty, but an old antenna, not useful for broadcasting anymore or taking in signals, but, well, attached to this, we can make it look like an actual flag.
There we go.
He'll help screw that on into a little area. He kind of drills up a little hole to fasten it. And yeah, you make your fun little your fun little colorful putty flag at the top. And he dusts his hands. He's like, all right, well, you want to try this down by the river?
Oh, really? Wait,
Yeah.
wouldn't it be frozen? Or is the river really fast like that?
Well, I mean, there's still water around. Might have to send it out a little ways, but yeah, I mean, there's still water running in the river.
Jay like nods his head and starts to stand up. Okay,
But we can't stay out too long.
I know, but we can have some fun in the snow. You guys end up...
Jay looks really excited. They seem to actually be holding back their excitement about it
Yeah,
on
you-
account of it just being so cold.
Mm-hmm. And you guys move outside the front door, and, you know, now that it's been a few days, it's definitely lightened up a little bit. And, you know, you guys make your way down to, like, the bank, and, you know, towards the kind of frozen river, the snowy river, and
Yeah.
he goes to gesture for you to set it on the water.
I do so.
All right, now we want to be careful. We want to make sure it doesn't get swept too far away, but I think this area should be kind of safe for it.
All right. You wanna do the honors?
Oh, by all means. And he kind of like hands it to you, and he's like, I think you should be our first captain.
Like salutes. Okay.
All right, so just context here. This is like just it's like a remote control, right?
Mhm.
Is it remote control? Yeah. Okay. Good. So putting it out, it's there, and I hit the button to kind of release the flotation part of it.
Mm-hmm. And you
Slowly.
able to float on the water, and you're able to start, you know, having it swim around. In
Yeah,
the
like a
water.
little speedboat.
And yeah, you feel this little welling of excitement in you, which, I mean, for Jay, is definitely a fresh feeling, considering that, you know, you kind of think back to school and to the people you've been with, and, I mean, ever since Joe, it's been kind of hard to get motivated, but, well, thankfully your dad is somebody that always seems capable of bringing a little bit of light to your life. And he just smiles warmly as he watches the you know, the all-terrain vehicle go around, and he's like, now here's the real tricky part. Can you have it fly from the water?
You can try. Look over there. It looks like there's a buildup of ice. I'm gonna use it as a ramp.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
Jay is doing so and kind of like looks like biting their lip in concentration, basically, like looks really focused on it, and then as it kind of like goes up off the ramp and starts to like take its first like little moments in the air, like their eyes are like lighting up.
Yeah, the flotation device takes a little bit to, you know, to deflate and kind of collapse inwards, and the wings take a second, so you think for a second that it's gonna fall, and it kind of catches itself. It definitely looks not nearly as smooth as your motion, but it's passable. It works.
Jay doesn't have any like faltering. I feel like there's like, even though they have a weird amount of confidence in their work in this moment, and as it takes off, they like fist bump. They're like, yes.
And your
You know,
dad chuckles at that.
Joe turned into a boat like that.
Oh yeah.
That like keeps bringing it around in different like infinity circles and stuff for a second, like above the water.
Yeah, he just smiles and watches you fly it around as you do, just kind of content to watch you play with it. Oh, you know what? Got one more test. I brought some of my other model cars. What we should do is race them and watch this one just blow the others out of the water. What do you say?
I think that's a good idea, because those ones can't even go on the water, Dad.
Well, we're not going to take them in the water. That I might actually lose a lot of model cars if I did that. I'll just race them around the how about around the porch? This might be a really good racetrack.
Oh, right. Sorry, it's just you said blow them out of the water.
Well, that's my bad. Here, I'm gonna jog inside and go grab those real quick. You keep playing around. I'll be back and we can have that race.
Okay. Kind of turned around, looking back out at the lake for a second. Or a river, my bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've got this little remote controlled device flying around, and you know that soon you're gonna be racing little cars with your dad around the porch of the lodge. And how's Jay feeling?
I would like to clear my hopeless condition as I fling myself into easy relief.
Okay. You're not thinking or worrying about stuff. You're just trying to have fun.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be like a moment where like Jay even would have this brief moment while doing this where like for Jay, you know, the whole computer screen or whatever is a little different, so it'd be almost like a glance in the corner of their vision to kind of see the leaderboard tab open still, you know, and like exit out of all of it and just completely go disconnected and just be like, I'm gonna enjoy this break. And yeah, Jay is completely off socials and just getting back in touch with nature, man.
Just disconnected and
Disconnected.
all about you, all about just unwinding. It's very important. And yeah, I mean, you've got a bunch of fun times ahead of you, and even after this, you know the road trip's going to continue with more fun times ahead.
Yep. Yeah, Jay is just like looking out, basically, kind of like taking a breath, and I think that they're realizing that they don't feel themselves having as many connections to Joe or Joey as Joe and Joey may have to each other, and that's okay.
And with that, move back here for a little bit of fun exposition. Weeks pass you by. You all consider just how quickly time is starting to fly. Your first semester felt like it took such a long time while it was happening, but now it's already over. Soon your first year will end, then your school life. What awaits you after all of this? As each of you consider your school lives and your futures in your own time, your eyes fall on the news. Regularly throughout the break, you hear of what's going on. As usual, Terminal City continues to have a steady stream of crime and Crime Stoppers. You see a story of Colossus growing to incredible heights to catch a falling building after a bomb was detonated. You see another story of Mr. Fahrenheit stopping an armada of planet-conquering invaders in a battle on the moon. A more down-to-earth story details Kirk Weston, aka Kinesis, releasing gear related to undersea and space travel. With this gear, everyday heroes could take on a wider variety of jobs than they would otherwise be capable of taking. Eventually, late into the break, you see another set of stories that catches your eye. Crime rates are skyrocketing. Everyday criminals continue to pull out incredible powers due to a mystery drug. In a raid on where authorities believed the substance had been circulating from, no signs were found of any activity. The trail has gone cold as police and heroes alike search for whoever is responsible. For now, all they can do is try to keep it off of the streets. In this escalating series of crises, you see a story detailing mass disappearances. Reports warn that you should be extra careful traveling at night, when most of the disappearances seem to occur. However, some have even disappeared in broad daylight and have yet to be found. There's an overwhelming feeling that nowhere is safe. In response,
more and more civilians have been found in possession of the new illegal substance. These civilians comment that it's in order to defend themselves, but more and more casualties pile up every time it's seen, and it's getting easier and easier for people to acquire it. Reporters, they describe it like an arms race. These stories paint a dreadful picture for the future as winter break finally comes to a close. And with that, our first semester ends. So, with that little cliffhanger, it's time for our end of session moves.
Oh god. Oh god.
You know who's first.
Yeah, I know who's first. You know, I wasn't prepared. I was entranced by your narrating.
Now, you know, we know who's on first. What's on second? I don't even know who's on third.
No, who's
but,
on third?
Will. So,
Yeah.
I know I was entrancing you with my wonderful narration.
Yes, absolutely.
But how's Echo feeling after, I mean, this session, but also winter break, in regards to his relation to everything?
He's conflicted still. He's still trying to find his place in this strange world. He's trying to mend relationships with Jay and other people like Lily, and he's still failing in a way, but you know, he's doing better. He's kind of still just working his way through this new life of his, and he's gaining like new skills, new outlooks on life, and still holding on to that whole idea of adventure. And you know, it's not about the journey, it's not about the end goal, it's about the destination. And he's just kind of taking it day by day, and
it's
seeing
about
what
the
he can
journey,
learn.
not the destination, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
It's late, I apologize.
No, you're good, you're good.
But yeah, he's still just kind of going it day by day and just trying to figure himself out and who he is in this world.
So you think you're probably growing into your image of yourself?
Yeah, I'd argue that.
Okay. Then how is Echo seeing himself lately, and why?
He's... See, this is a good question, because it isn't necessarily that he sees himself as being more, maybe even he is more mundane.
He's trying to be, at least, maybe.
He is trying to be, but he's not less of a freak, because he's still, like, you know, is weird and that. I just don't know where I would shift him. Where would you argue he gets shifted?
I could see that maybe he's trying to sort of get a handle on the everyday, and just kind of, I mean, you've even said he's less worried about, you know, rising to the top of the leaderboards at the moment, so maybe just down on Superior a little bit.
Down,
or Danger. I could see either of those. It's all about the, like, you know, less about the fighting and climbing and more about, you know, just understanding.
So he'd shift one up. What would he shift up then, you figure?
Probably shift Mundane up, but as for which of one of those two you want to shift down, that's ultimately your call.
I'm gonna do Danger down, and oh no, I can't anymore because it's -2.
Oh, okay. I wasn't looking at your sheet. So
all right, I'll pitch you a new idea. How about instead, is he is trying to be more mundane, and trying to like be friends with people and like comfort and support them. Mundane up, freak down.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that. He's trying to come into understanding more, which means he kind of has to put aside his preconceptions from his world.
Yeah.
Or
and
lack
trying to
thereof.
understand others. Exactly, and try to understand others better. For example, the whole gift with Terry and how that was kind of insensitive and stuff.
Giving him a rock that screams, and he's like, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You can shift your labels then.
Awesome.
All right, Alex. How's she feeling after all of this?
No, I definitely say she's starting to come into her image of herself a little bit more.
Makes sense.
I'm not sure what my labels would like to shift like.
Well, what is her focus? What is she trying to be?
She's trying to become her own superhero and, continue to tune her powers and, get better at using them without the collateral damage.
Mm-hmm. Maybe savior up, freak down. You're trying to protect people and not just destroy things.
I can do that. My figure freak down.
All right. Simple to the point. She's trying to learn to be a good hero and what that means for her. All right. Moving on to Terry. How you feeling, Kai?
Yeah. I feel like.
Oh no.
Oh. Ooh. Oh. I feel like Terry's growing his image of himself.
Mhm.
Kind of. He's like. What is that called? What is that called again when you make friends in a professional setting? Networking.
Mhm.
So far away from me, I forgot a freaking word for it. So I would say like. Would it be danger down or freak down and superior up for that?
Trying to think about that as well. I guess I could see freak going down.
Yeah, and superior going up.
Yeah. Yeah, you're trying to kind of organize a little group here and do some networking. So yeah, that makes sense to me. All right. Lily.
Can I, you know how we learned if we give influence to a person again, they can shift our labels?
Yeah.
Can I do that to an NPC?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I grew closer to Olivia. So I guess I'll shift my labels however Olivia would want to see Lily be, I guess.
Okay.
And also, because that means I get to unmark a condition, I think I'm going to unmark angry, because I think that makes sense. After a break, she would not be. Because she's just angry she has to be at school. So I think after a break, she would not be. And also, could I unmark guilty for making a sacrifice?
Yes, you can. You can.
Thank you.
And as for the labels that you're going to shift from her are more going to be like, you've gotten closer to Olivia again, and obviously, what she thinks and how she feels weighs really heavily on you. So this is less about what she's trying to pull out of you, and is more like what she sees from you that you kind of want to live up to.
Okay.
So she's going to move Savior up and Freak down. That is how she sees you.
That's only a negative for me, but I'm still okay.
Yeah, there you go. And of course, we also have your nemesis section, which we can deal with.
I think like questionably, this was maybe some of the most progress made.
Yeah.
And I already marked the potential for it.
Okay. Cool. Then finally, we have Jay. How is Jay feeling for our end of session move here?
Definitely growing into an image of themselves, I feel, with today. And I'm really trying to decide what I want to... I think... it's hard. I feel like I want to actually bring Superior down and bring Mundane up.
Okay. Yeah. And could you explain the thought process behind that?
I don't think that Jay sees themselves as necessarily superior or smarter than anybody. I think that actually like a big thing for Jay right now is they're kind of starting to really learn and recognize that actually every single person handles things in their own way.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it doesn't make them any smarter or dumber for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Like, basically, Jay's been gathering all these points of view, like, as Joey and Joe, and, like, taking them really hard to heart. But now, like, they feel kind of screwed, and they're like, man, what do I think? You
Mhm.
know? And I guess it's kind of humanizing them. They're allowing themselves to be humanized, because instead they were just like, they're like, yeah, and I'm a robot, so I need to set a standard for all robots right now. And it's like, you need to chill out, bro.
Mm-hmm. And as much as like Joey or Joe might still feel the feelings they felt when they come back, you're not them.
Exactly. And not holding, Jay's not trying to hold themselves responsible for things that Joey or Joe set up for them that they feel is not serving them anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, well, all of that said and out of the way, that is it. That is all he wrote. That is the end of our first semester at Star Heights Academy, and going on a little hiatus to prepare. But next time we're gonna be starting the second term of your first year. So we did it! Yay! Oh my god!
Yay!